Make it 10. I'm only a poor, corrupt official.
That's certainly a statement to give out publicly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 40s. I am your one of your hosts, Akiki Ryder.
I won't be able to keep that up, so I'll just use my normal voice. Crimson Maroon.
And it's a character called Sinister Boy.
No way I'm keeping that up. I'm Sprinks.
Yeah, don't worry, everybody. We're not. I'm not keeping that up either. Just thought it'd be funny. And
It's a
welcome
fancy
to
podcast.
our next season. We're going back to the classics, or
Well,
another
this is
next
episode
episode.
2.
Yeah, it's true, but
So it wish to have
uh,
been
is here.
backwards, but forwards.
yeah, scheduling is complicated. We for this week we are covering Casablanca.
Yeah,
Uh,
1942 or 3? Yeah, 2.
42.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
22.
smack dab in the center of World War II. I was actually very surprised, like that the movie was made like during all of this stuff happening, almost, which was
Yeah, I looked up a little bit on this, not too much. Um, Apparently, this is a propaganda film, which is kind of surprised me because it didn't seem too thick with the propaganda to me.
I
um
mean,
they did a good job with like artfully. It was very tasteful propaganda. I can definitely see the through line for it though, and we can talk about that more as
well,
we go along.
because the basis of propaganda is you're saying one side is wrong and the other side is right. I think they really
Well,
heavily say
usually
that
you
the
vilify the opponents. The
yeah,
Nazis here, they weren't like your typical Nazis. They were a bit more,
well,
I think,
this is also a
lower, calm
post
down.
this is also a post Hayes Code movie, so they can't really be as probably as vilifying as they would normally have been.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through some quick facts here, just a little bit, because I do got some. But as Sprinks always says, they are from the internet, so take them with a grain of salt. Uh, the the story for this movie was purchased for about $20,000.
The story,
Yeah,
It was an
and that's not
this
like
is
the
unproduced
for
production. That's
it
just
was an
the.
unproduced play that
yeah.
they bought.
Um, Originally, the story was supposed to be set in Lisbon, uh, but they later moved it to Casablanca. And Lisbon, I think, is the place where they're still trying to all get on the plane for. Like that's where
Lisbon, yeah, Lisbon is
Lisbon was the last stop before
yeah,
America, and this was like the stop before the last stop.
yeah.
um, Rather unsurprisingly, the entire film was in, or almost the entire film was shot in Burbank, California.
That's not surprising.
Woohoo!
Shocker.
Um, what did you say, Springs?
I said that's not surprising at all. So
Yeah,
Warner Brother property.
yeah. They film a lot there, and the sets are well built and stuff like that for sure.
It's I think a lot of the sets are reused too from other
Uh,
productions.
Wouldn't be too surprised. Uh,
yes.
I went through an inflation calculator. $20,000 is a little under half a million today.
Wow, damn. uh, the release of the film was rushed because of the war, and they wanted to coincide. They wanted the release of the film to coincide with the Allied invasion of North Africa and the capture of Casablanca.
Makes
uh,
sense.
yeah. Uh, Many of the actors, unsurprisingly, themselves were victims of the war. That's unsurprising. It was that time period.
Yeah,
Mhm.
most of the
Affected everybody pretty much.
because most of the actors were Eastern European. Yeah. At the time, a lot of them were.
Screenplay was heavily censored in terms of language. I don't. I think they worked out not. They decided obviously not to write in war crimes and things of that nature.
Yeah,
This is the movies in the 40s, obviously.
postcode.
Um, uh, Play it again, Sam is not a line in the movie, or it wasn't
No,
originally in the
play it.
screenplay.
Yeah, play it again,
Again,
Sam.
it's not
Play it.
used.
No, no, well, no. Play it again, Sam. Isn't the quote?
Yeah,
Play it, Sam. Is yeah. Is a improv ad lib. I think most of the funny enough, I think most of the iconic lines from this movie are ad lib. They're improvised. They're not in the script.
Uh,
That's
the
certainly a fun
song
fact.
as time goes by almost didn't make the cut.
Interesting.
Would have been really. It would have definitely changed the tone, I
Do you know
think.
what it would have been instead?
It doesn't say, which is interesting in of itself.
Oh, just no song?
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
think
guess.
it's kind of the only. I mean, there's a bunch of songs in there, but it's kind of the only standard in the
Let me
movie.
see.
Most of the rest of them are not like.
I'm looking it up.
Oh, looking up. Didn't have it prepared.
Yeah. The
You
music for the film
didn't
was
have it
written by
prepared.
Max Steiner, an Austrian-born Hungarian Jewish composer who arranged the score. Um, as time goes by, was included in the original play, but Steiner didn't like it and wanted it excluded from the film adaptation. But Bergman had already shot the scenes with the song and cut her hair for her next role, so they couldn't be reshot. So the song stayed.
Oh.
Interesting reason.
Yeah.
Her hair got cut.
I mean, they'd already by
Well,
the time. Yeah,
they couldn't
yeah,
CGI the hair locks in, like they do with
yeah.
mustaches and CGI them out, that sort of
And I
thing.
think by that
Wigs didn't
point,
exist
In the
either.
40s?
well, they were
Yeah.
also by this point post production. They'd already gone over budget, so reshooting would have done it even worse, and might have.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. So yeah, those are all the facts I have. If no one has anything else on them, we can just dive right into the story.
Oh, I got
It
it.
was.
Did we do the
I got
socials?
one.
No, I got two
Got one?
things. But
All right.
Sinister, please go.
Yeah, I got one. Unusually, especially for the time, this was a shot in order.
No,
Yeah.
that
That's
is
cool.
unusual.
Yeah, it's very unusual.
Yeah, because when they started filming, half the only like the first half of the script was actually finished, so they had
Oh,
to.
it's a modern movie.
Yeah,
Oh, that's so they did the Marvel approach. Only they had actual artists.
yeah, they had yeah.
They had
Uh,
talent to make shit up as they went
there
along.
was a bunch of stories of writers having to write things on napkins and handing it to actors as soon as like the shot was about to get underway. After that stuff.
Does anyone know if Humphrey Bogart and the actress who played Ilsa work on anything beforehand together or knew of each other?
Don't know.
Because
No,
if
I
not,
this is the first thing I've seen of either of them.
if not, filming in order certainly build up their chemistry to the end. So that's kind of
I
cool.
mean, yeah, it helps. Yeah. Well, yeah, because I don't know if they still do it now, but I know back in the day it was more common to have like if it was a romance to have most of the scenes of that shot near the end versus the beginning. But I don't know if that was intentional or.
Hmm,
That does make sense.
all right.
Gotcha.
Does
Uh,
make sense.
Brinks,
Uh,
you said you had a
Yes, I
couple.
have two things. First off, thank you for all listening to begin with. Really glad you're listening. However you heard this, whether you looked it up on yourself or your grandma told you about us, that's cool. Way to go, grandma.
Yeah.
But you can
We're
follow
in
us
the
on
grandma's for the
social
kids.
media platforms that we have to keep yourself updated with any news or things coming out. We are at Cheap Seat Critics on Instagram and TikTok, but remove that S to just Cheap Seat Critic, and that's on our Twitter. We also Cheap Seat Critics podcast over on Facebook and youtube.com/ at Cheap Seat Critics as well. If you want to see the movie slideshow we go through and our PNG tuber visuals that we have. We also have a letterbox if you're interested in that as well. I believe that's all the socials to give out. My second thing to go is run-ups. We did this last week with Wizard of Oz. So our run-ups of the 40s, because, we had to go through a lot of movies to decide what we chose for the 40s. With, as you see, Casablanca being our first choice, went with. Runner-up we had at number 2 was Citizen Kane. And number 3 we had It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, and I mean, well, I'm sad we're not watching Citizen Kane. I do feel this is more appropriate for the time period.
Yeah.
It does seem
They're
to
both,
encapsulate it pretty well.
yeah.
But I haven't seen
Um,
Citizen Kane, so I don't know how well. that would be there.
Citizens Kane is less about the time period and more about the character.
Which I
Uh,
think you could argue that it's still also somewhat relevant
yeah,
nowadays because of certain certain cultural things. But
from
I
cultural
think
tycoons.
yeah, yeah, I think this one also I think fits a little bit more in
Yeah.
the kind of current rise of certain socio-political things. But whatever, I'm not going to talk about that.
No.
Yeah.
When
Well,
and if we do cover, Citizen Kane, we can go for more into detail on that then.
yeah.
Mhm.
Um, so,
But I think we should also just clarify that these are picks that we assign. These are not meant to go over an entire
we have
decade. Yes.
we heavily debated
Yes.
over them.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure we probably also said that in the first episode, but just clarify again.
It'll bear repeating the first few
Yes.
episodes in case someone jumps in somewhere in the
Yeah.
early throes of this season.
Mhm.
Um, all right, so uh, I think this movie does a good. I'm just gonna start us off right at the beginning here, and
Okay.
we're gonna try
Yeah.
to go. We'll do scene by scene, but we'll do our best to keep it linear. But there's a lot in this movie, and we will jump around definitely a bit to draw in
Yeah.
comparisons from the ending to things that are set up in the beginning, things like that. So we'll definitely be moving around, but we'll do our best to move in a linear fashion. So I'll start us off with the opening narration, as I always seem to do.
True.
But it properly, I liked it because it was simple and it properly sets the stage of the time period while also informing people of the refugee crisis that occurred because that's a very downplayed part of World War II.
Mhm.
And I do one of the things I do like about the movie is it kind of delves into the hysteria around that, and there's a lot of other broad thematic elements that this movie dives into that I think heavily equate to the time period of the war. So, and I'll talk about those as we go along. But does anyone want to start after that?
I'm curious
Uh,
with something, being that this was 1942. Was this the first film to depict the showing of travel by map?
I don't know.
um,
I don't
Could
know.
maybe
be.
I know exactly why you're asking that because we grew up in Indiana Jones and that's pretty iconic.
Yes. And it's also made
uh,
fun of in the Muppets movie as well.
Yeah.
Much
yeah.
later, though, I think. But I was just curious
I'm
for the
trying to
time
think.
if this was the first. I didn't look up facts on this. I didn't have any in that. So
Uh,
I think in one of the Universal monsters they showed a map, but I don't think it was like a travel.
Okay. So I have found a website called Movies and TV.
oh, I
Uh,
think we're on the same
and then
thing.
so bear in mind, but this is just a comment.
Yeah.
So bear just
grain of salt.
Okay.
again
Yeah, you're good. Yeah,
doubt,
yeah,
not a
yeah,
fact, not a fact.
yeah.
The earliest reference that this person could apparently have found was the use of the car and quote unquote camera around the world was the use of the traveling by map in car and camera around the world in 1929. Uh, it typically it showed a crude continental map featuring a dotted line uh, of the route from intended Cape to Cario route is what it
Mhm.
says.
This
Okay,
says
so 13 years prior.
yeah. This has not
Yes.
a lot to do with that, but it is
Yeah, not a
similar. I
lot to do with
remember
that.
I
Yeah.
had no, not my thing I'm about to say has not a lot to do with that, but it's similar
Okay.
in that I was because you got Turner Classic Movies channel, a bunch, and I was watching those one day, and I don't remember what the movie was, which is probably going to be frustrating, but whatever. It was like a 1930s, I think it was a war film or like one of those classic, Bridge over the River Kwai or something, or but
Hmm.
1930s. And it was they had a text scroll like Star Wars, like the
Oh, like
and
the
like
yeah, like
words the resistance has fallen and Darth Vader's forces are gathering, or whatever,
yeah, the text crawl. Yeah.
Yeah, text scroll, and I was like, that's a 1930s movie, and it's crazy. It
It's
just
pretty it's a pretty common trope to want to start with your movie with this narration or text crawl because it's a really quick way to just tell the audience blatantly where they are, what they're doing, and what's going on.
Yeah.
Also goes back to like the beginning of movies before there was even sound. They would put uh, worded sequences on there
Yeah.
That
since
is
you couldn't
true.
hear the people talk.
You couldn't hear him.
Uh, but since we're on this map part, I've tried to find how they did it, and I couldn't find anything. Granted, I didn't spend too much time on it, but
Yeah,
because
a
it
couple
looked
days, but
so
yeah.
smooth, I figured, okay, it must be like stop motion or something.
Mhm.
But I couldn't find anything. It looked really smooth.
See, that's the
Uh,
thing. Because I've been watching a lot of uh, like old animated shorts and stuff, and I like hand drawn and all
Mhm.
that good stuff. And I'm like watching, I'm like I don't know how they did that because I mean I know how you do it now. You would use like some sort of computer, post production stuff or something like that. But I'm like I don't know how they do that then. And I know a lot of it is just like in camera effects that can't really be copied digitally because it's all like the exposure to film and all that stuff and this and that. But I'm sure there's probably some level of movie magic.
Mhm.
yeah, probably something. They did a good job with it.
And that was the only part of the movie that Crimson was really, really invested in, and the rest of it was just okay.
Darn it! Don't spoil it. No, we'll talk about more of it, I
Yeah.
suppose.
Yeah. The
Justin?
narration is essentially a lot of people are waiting in Casablanca to get to America.
Mhm.
It's the last stop. It's the stop before the last stop, pretty much, to get to America. But it also says two important documents were stolen from two dead German couriers, or soldiers, and there is, uh, and it kind of opens up into police kind of searching through a large crowds.
Round up the usual suspects.
Yep.
Yeah,
Um,
t- two couriers. Did we find out what they were doing?
yes, we
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I need a
Uh,
refresher then. What were they done?
they're the reason that the guy, well, they're the reason essentially that Rick got the letters of transit because the guy stole them from the German couriers, and then he was captured by the
No, yeah, I
polizia.
got that. I meant the couriers themselves. What
Like, why do they have
they
the
were
Ledger of
doing?
Transit?
Why did they have this?
Probably there was some political impresario or something in Casablanca, or not even maybe in Casablanca, but in Lisbon or something that needed them.
Usually, that's how it went.
Yeah, and so they were just meant to, you know, travel with
And
them.
some poor German soldier is just stuck there now.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, I wonder if that letter is ever gonna come.
Me and my wife, we were going to go to America.
Yeah.
Someone jumped the line, I guess.
Yeah.
They did a good job depicting in this how hard it is to leave Casablanca. I think
Mhm.
pretty much every opportunity they could depict it, they did, even in like the
Yeah.
background and stuff.
Just
It wasn't like it wasn't overbearing either. It was just a quick. It was just like a subtle reminder of like, oh yeah,
yeah.
people are stuck here. Yeah.
I mean, that's another cool thing I'll point out that early on you do pretty much see like the entire cast of the movie just like within like the first like 5 or so minutes, roughly.
Yeah. I
And
think
it's all interconnected in some form or fashion, and it's all kind of laid out pretty simply what the rules are and what the stakes are for the most part.
yes. Uh, and then I like the when someone's papers are expired and he tries to run and the police shoot him, we get a shot of uh uh I forgot his name and I can't believe I forgot his name. It was basically he was one of the French generals who surrendered. He was put in charge and then pretty much surrendered.
Yeah.
That's how it went because they fired the last guy. This guy was put in charge and then he surrendered. And then we got a sign that's in French, but it says, "I keep my promises just as I keep those of others," implying that those in the resistance are breaking their promises when
Mhm.
they were made to surrender to the
Yeah.
Germans.
How dare they?
Um, so very, very quickly establishing that the French resistance is prominent and the importance is that it will play the importance of the role that it will play in the film without necessarily being overt, just because that's just a fact of the time. That was a propaganda thing that they Germans absolutely did use.
Hmm.
Um, Spriggs, you got something you want to jump to here in the
Um,
earlier stages of the film?
yeah, the camera work and editing actually at the beginning here, I really liked how it showed the buildup of the war and what was going on in the world, and world building, as you say, writer, of what you enjoy in the script that comes across. So also on that too, but the fact that it uses very fast cuts and camera movements to add tension and kind of give suspense to the importance of what's going around currently.
Yeah, I think it really adds to like the whole crowded streets with cars zipping through like overly crowded streets
Oh
as well. I think the only comment I have, and this is not necessarily a fault of the movie because it is at the times, but I think they repeated they recycled some of the car footage
yeah,
here at the beginning. And I'm like I said, it's not really a fault. It's just something I'm gonna note.
yeah. That was pretty common back then. If they could reuse something, they reused it.
Yeah. They use. You're right. They use the I think the editing to a very quick effect to build the tension and just help settle. Not only with the world building but with the setting, I guess.
Mm. Another. This is a little bit of a fact, but it's also a nice, just a little. Did you know? Most of the shadows are painted on.
Really?
Yes, because before they started filming, I think a large portion of the lighting rigging exploded. Um, so they had to make do with both either natural shadows, or for the interiors and stuff they had to paint those on.
Wow. Filming in the 1940s, your lighting explodes. That'd be
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah,
Hmm,
Uh,
that is
gotta
a very interesting fact.
that
'Cause,
that that
I was
like I
going to
said, how do
comment
you?
how I liked lighting in this, but if it's all like mostly faked lighting where there isn't any, that's pretty impressive.
so you like fake lighting then, Crimson?
I do. I like
Ah,
fake shadows. Apparently,
That is really impressive though that they still managed to make a facsimile of it, even though if whatever most of it's fake, they still did a really good job then painting the shadows and all of that. Um, well,
man, that makes me
I
want to
guess
watch it again.
to see
it's a
what
good
the
movie.
Or to see if I can catch like, oh, yep, that's obviously a painted shadow. Hmm.
All right. Well, Sinister, do you want to take a? Scott, anything else to say about something about these opening scenes that we have here? Because I got plenty to say,
uh,
but otherwise I'll just go.
it's a it's an interest. I think this is a very interesting movie, especially for the time, because it's touching on a lot of things that I don't think. And I'm sure I'm going to say this, and then like 50 people are going to be like, actually, there was a movie in 1938 that had a very similar theme, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But I don't know what that movie is, so it doesn't matter. um, but like because I was talking to Crimson because when he was watching it a couple days ago, uh, for taking notes and all that stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't understand why this is so you know beloved, or not beloved, but like like Citizen Kane, Casablanca, and The Godfather are kind of like the cornerstones of, I think, American movies. Obviously for varying degrees and different reasons, but I think a lot of this is because it's a A-list cast for the time. I don't think most of us know who Ingrid Bergman is now, or Humphrey Bogart, but like at the time they were huge, huge stars. And it's talking about a real war that's happening in that moment in 1940, 1940s. Uh, and it's kind of it's got this sort of also I think my history might be a little off, so writer, if you it's also a little it's post is it no, it's pre-McCarthy, right? It's pre-McCarthy era
Uh,
McCarthyism.
Yeah, McCarthy
yes.
Yeah,
was early
that was the
50s, right?
50s. Yeah,
Yeah, that was
50s. Yeah.
50s.
So it's kind of got so that's kind of on the horizon, but we kind of have right now just it's kind of like in this little area where there's a lot of themes that would kind of be repeating, I think, throughout history a little bit.
Hmm.
Um, and granted, at the time, nobody knew that, so it's kind of like, and I think at the time it was just kind of solidly, but not overly successful. It did win 3 Academy Awards, so no small snuff. But it's interesting, kind of watching it. I think now and sort of just seeing, and it is a screenplay that is studied, which I think is also interesting given that it was only half finished when they started. So that's also interesting. Uh, but I think a lot of the movie has to do with these first 10 or so minutes. Really kind of, even though there's stuff that comes in that kind of complicates it after the fact, really sets the tone and really kind of gets you into this sort of world of kind of black market and political oversight, and I think it's I here's just something it might be a controversial statement, right?
Okay.
But I
Go
think
on.
I think every good movie should strive to have like a near perfect first 10 or 15 minutes. I think that's like the most important thing is if you can get people in, you can kind of sag in the middle and have a good finish as long as like the first 10 or 15 minutes is pretty damn near solid, right?
Sure.
Uh,
It's
You
good to
can
have a strong start. Yeah.
I'm not saying I don't think it's end all be all have a strong start, but I think if you have a strong start and you just kind of use that momentum throughout, I think you're pretty well to having a decent movie. This one doesn't have just a good start and then it doesn't it keeps going and going. But I'm just saying, I think a good like first couple minutes sets the tone for a decent movie.
I mean, there's certainly the aspect of having a decent hook, so I sort of get that. Um,
I'm simplifying my statement a little bit, but
yeah.
yeah.
I get it. All right. Well, I mean, just a lot to say, I suppose,
I'll
with
go.
that. You got one? All right.
Go, go.
Yeah. So we see the plane flying in, and we get a crowd of people looking at it, like wanting to hop on. We get a girl saying how she wants to get on there tomorrow or whatever. I didn't know this the first time watching it, but I did go back to watch the second time. I did not make it through second time, but I did see this beginning bit again. I did not
High
realize that
praise.
was the lady and her husband or fiance or
Yeah,
whatever
they kept
from
popping
later.
up. Oh,
Didn't acknowledge that the first time.
and you were taking notes.
Well, it was a background character. We didn't even know who that person was yet.
Yeah, no,
First
I'm
time
not
watching,
knocking you. I'm just
but the whole plane sequence with the model or whatever that they were doing looked all right. They had this nice creative shot where it goes behind Rick's sign
mhm.
before landing, which looked pretty solid. Very
Which what would you
nice
think? Yeah,
shot.
what do you think of a theme might that mean?
That a plane is landing behind his place.
Well, no, okay, yeah,
It was
literally,
a good.
yeah,
It was a good like subtle introduction to Rick's place. Like
yeah.
and subtle in the quotation marks. It's just it was in the, we're still seeing the world without having really entered where we're going to spend a majority of the
It's
movie.
it's
Sinister,
19.
are you hinting at him being a smuggler of sorts?
No, 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 no. It's just I was just trying to see if you could pick out any kind of theme you might find in them. I wasn't saying there is one. I'm just philosophical.
Rick
But
might be in the same frame as a plane towards the end. There
there
you
you
go.
go.
Do you think it's a subtle foreshadowing?
Foreshadow. There you go. No,
Oh,
I
see.
think it was just a creative shot.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or to say
but
that
a lot of people could pick stuff out of any shot in any film.
well, yeah,
Uh,
that's
oh,
like half of like
It's
a
half the fun, dude.
yeah, half the fun. Yeah. You
Um,
could because you could infer like, oh, the plane is going past Rick's place to say that if you're at Rick's, you're probably not going to be going anywhere. Or some,
I will admittedly. Oh, okay. Sorry. Continue.
Well, I was gonna ask Sprinks if he had something to talk about on this the Nazis arriving, but that's something.
not these.
Not really. I mean,
Bad guys from World War II.
it did. Yeah, the only thing I can really see is that every plane that's shown in the movie do all look the same. I don't know if they only had availability to use one plane in their budget, but it seemed every plane, whether it was the World War II bad guys or the end of the film or the ones that are flying over Rick at different parts of the movie, if it's the same plane the whole time.
Well,
I
I'm
think
pretty sure the first one and the last one are two different planes.
Yeah.
I think if they're not, then they changed the stickers because there was a different logo or image on the last plane. The first one didn't have.
I remember the plane at the end having a different airframe entirely, but that just might be me. But I think
I'm sure they
for the
reused planes.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100%
Yeah,
sure they
definitely.
do.
Yeah.
I think the one they were using to fly overhead over Rick's place most of the time, like the plane they were watching leave every night. I think that was different from the one that we see in this scene. So I think there was two planes that were reused consistently. If I were to pick,
So. That guy from World War II, and then the actual plane, the end goal for everyone in Casablanca.
Yeah. The plane is the end goal.
Yes. Kind of in this scene, but really just after it. I like that. We meet Louis here, right? Like this is we meet Louis even before we meet Rick. So Louis greets the German officer Strasser as he disembarks his plane, and I like Louis. I really like Louis a lot. His first line is essentially, "Unoccupied France welcomes you to Casablanca." It's a bit of a cheeky line, but I still appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I was confused because I think it's true that the Germans weren't really occupying Casablanca, but they did occupy France. And so when the French forces surrendered, the French became subsidiaries. So he's like, it's like half mocking, but also I'm still working for you, kind of thing. Kind of shows his humor right off the bat, and also might it show his bravery just a little bit.
I always referred to him as just Captain in my notes.
Captain.
Captain.
Yeah, I refer to him as
the
French.
Other guy is Major.
Yeah, I refer to him as French Captain or Louis.
Louis.
Easily my favorite character in this.
He's pretty great.
All of his lines were amazing.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
His attitude, on point.
His attitude.
One other thing I actually like in the scene is the German officers just absolutely ignore the Spaniard officer, the Spanish officer.
The Italian officer.
Oh, it was Italian.
It was Italian.
Yeah, it was Italian.
That makes more sense. I think he said something in Spanish, which this is why
he was kissing up.
Yeah,
yeah. But I find it funny that they were just completely ignoring him. And I'm like, well, yeah, you guys are pretty. The secret was out in 1943 how useless the Italians were.
Whoa.
At warfare during World War II specifically.
Hey, the ones that fought on our side were pretty good. It was the ones that was their own.
Yeah, the partisans, man.
Yeah.
Always. But I think we go from here to Rick's casino. Right?
His cafe, his saloon,
his cafe, his saloon, his gin joint, his club.
Was it Cafe Americana?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cafe
Yeah.
Americana.
It's Rick's Cafe da Casino and Americana, I think is what it's
Amer-
called.
yeah, but I think the sign is just Rick's
Yeah.
Cafe.
Yeah. And they use a lot of those terms interchangeably throughout the movie, so that's why we're front loading all of them here, because I
Yeah.
think we might end up using them interchangeably as well, unless we all want to agree on something right now.
Mm.
Let's call it Rick's.
Let's call it Rick's. All right.
Let's call it Dig Ol' Bix.
I don't know if that'll slide.
Um, Rick. Yeah. Okay. So Rick keeps a guy from entering the establishment, and I didn't really get it. I'm sure
Okay.
one of you guys got it.
So Rick doesn't prevent him from entering the establishment. He prevents him from going into the like the high rollers area, the
The
like
club part, yeah.
the club
VIP.
part, the VIP section, pretty much is what he was doing.
The
And
second cast. Originally, he just didn't let him in.
No. That's the so the area that guy is guarding or whatever or is bouncing. That's the VIP area, whereas the other part of it is like open to anybody. So
yeah,
So
so like there's
both
the
sides
open.
have bars. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how a lot of casinos are. And even today, there's the like open area and there's the
Yeah.
VIP area. So I wasn't surprised that it was like that. And as we know, he doesn't take their his cash at his tables. So the German dollar at the tables. So
You
it's
only take
probably
francs.
there's that. And obviously, he's not a fan of the bad guys of World War II, and not surprisingly. Um, But I'm assuming, did you have any more layers to that question, or you were just that was something that confused
No,
you?
I saw it. I didn't go back to it, and I'm like, why this guy? Why is he the one not allowed?
Yeah,
But,
because he's
Yeah.
gonna pay with the Deutschmarks or whatever which
okay.
Yeah,
cause
he doesn't take those, and he also, I think generally he also just doesn't want him in the VIP room.
it's kind of the first sign you get of him being sort of against the fascist occupation in some form or fashion.
Yeah, because
Um,
and we all, as we learn as well, he also does some backroom deals in the VIP room. So
mhm. But I think also part of it is he's it's very very common. Well, I don't know how common it is nowadays because it doesn't happen doesn't happen quite as often as it used to. But if there was a foreign power that was taking over your town, they would sort of influx their own uh, cash or their own form of money, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
And so it's by him not accepting that money, which would end up becoming worthless because nobody would. But at the time,
yeah,
it would be worth something because it's the Deutsche Mark or whatever. I don't.
Deutschmark.
So
yeah.
he's kind of unnecessary. He's sort of the underdog in the moment would be the Franks, and that would be
Um, I will. I'm gonna kind of like fast forward up to the point where
go
Crimson
on then.
stops the man from entering the VIP room.
Yeah, Crimson stops him from entering.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't remember that.
Yeah.
Crimson,
I
you're
was
in
like,
this
So
oh,
movie?
yeah.
How freaking old
I've
are you?
always. You guys know I'm old. You guys know that.
He doesn't
yeah.
even use a phone.
I've got an old soul.
So I'll work through some of
Yeah.
the events to get us to that point, and then you guys just stop me when you got something to say.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, works for
All right.
me.
All right. So we kind of start in with the greeters at the casino. They're letting people in. There is only one missed cue that I noticed because the greeter was like missed his cue essentially to like greet somebody, and I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was funny. I wrote it down, but only one. Um, but it was nice that we're kind of. It's a very very slow build to Rick, so we get to see his establishment first.
Yeah.
We once we're inside, we go to the man at the piano, Sam, who we also is another minor character, but is a very very close friend of Rick's. Um, One of the things I really liked throughout this scene is we actually get to meet some of the customers, and we can see the desperation of people here in Casablanca trying to get to Lisbon so they can get to America. There's people.
Everyone has diamonds to sell.
Yeah.
2,000.
Yes, we got two people playing dominoes, and complaining. We got a woman trying to sell her jewelry to get money to probably go to Lisbon. We got people drinking, complaining about the situation. All of this is just more world building to help ferment the tension of just inherently living here in Casablanca at this time.
Hmm.
Um, and I want to say that this movie is very, very diverse, and it's accurately diverse as well. Where it's just because Casablanca at this time was very, very. It was a big melting pot of just people desperately trying to get to America. Um, we got uh, Germans. Kind of the Germans arrived to kind of hang out and on the scene. They are cash. We got Franks being cashed for tickets. Like another person's trying to get tickets.
Hmm.
Um, let's see. Then we also see the old server serving drinks at the high table, who becomes relevant later in a very minor capacity.
Carl.
Um, and
And oh,
the high.
uh,
He also is. The high rollers obviously want Rick to come out and have a drink with them, and he explains to them. And this is our first instance we get Rick, is because we get a lot of people describing Rick before we meet him, and the old man talks about Rick not doesn't usually drink with his customers. And sorry, Crimson, you were saying something.
um, I was what was it? Carl, yeah. The chief detective swallowed Carl for me. It's like when I saw Carl, like he's going to be an underground guy, isn't he? And he was just because of the French guy in Chief Detective. I made that connection. I don't know if that is a connection that's real,
Oh,
but my brain jumped to it.
I mean, it absolutely is. Like I said, Cheap Detective is a parody of this movie. A fair bit of this movie. Um, and then we get introduced to Rick by signature first because he has to sign checks when the Germans try to pay with their Deutschland. Uh, and because as far as this is our first instance of Rick showing that he's paying out of pocket whenever he has Germans trying to pay with their own money. And we
Yeah.
are introduced to him by signature first before we pan up to his face.
And it's Bogey.
Yes, it is Bogey.
Bogey.
And I think the movie does a lot of excellent character building long before we ever meet the character, just by via other people talking about him and asking after him.
Hmm.
And I think it's very on the nose, but panning up to him, playing a chess game with himself. I'm assuming.
That's what
Um,
it appeared to me. Quite
uh,
the intellectual to play chess with yourself.
yeah, it shows that he's quite the thinker. This man.
He's and he'll never be shown playing chess ever again.
Yeah. And with that, I am caught up to where Crimson's scene. So, did you guys have anything you want to talk about in that?
Um, I like
I kind of
where the lady's trying to sell her jewelry and the market guy is just like, we've got too many of these. We're not gonna be able to sell any of them. They're worth less now, and they're diamonds and everything. And I'm thinking, yeah, that is oh man, to be in a sea of diamonds. How unfortunate. I mean,
I couldn't tell if that was true or if he was just kind of scamming her.
Oh,
I
it's a
mean, there's
scam.
probably
I lean towards scam.
Um,
uh, it's probably a little
yeah,
bit of scam, but it, okay, scarcity makes a market, right? Scarcity creates drive. So
Yeah.
diamonds really valuable because there's only so many diamonds. And there's only so many specific cuts of diamonds, right?
yeah,
Roughly. So if you have a ton of diamonds and everybody's selling diamonds, you want to buy rubies because rubies are going to be worth more because there will be less of them in the market, right? Roughly. You
yeah.
following that? Yeah. So he's swindling them a little bit just because he's gonna swindle them, is because they're desperate or whatever. But
Mhm.
I think what he's saying for the diamonds being like there's too many diamonds is also accurate, but he's still swindling them, so it goes either way.
I definitely lean more towards he's swindling them for sure. But kind of to add up perhaps a little more onto your POV here, Sinister.
Mhm.
Um, he might genuinely be swimming in diamonds like that because there are probably lots of other women who've come here before her to sell their
Yeah,
jewelry off. So he might have a lot, which means diamonds are more worthless to him. But as I said, I do lean more
whatever.
towards the swindling as
Oh,
well.
yeah, he's definitely swindling them, but the course, the diamonds being worth less if you have a whole bunch of diamonds, I think it's a little bit true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I took it for now. It's like I got that part. It was just that it doesn't have to be localized to Casablanca. You can get people outside Casablanca to sell to,
yeah.
and outside Casablanca they'd be worth more. So
Oh, you been to Casablanca? You know about all the diamond trades thing?
what we're talking about right now,
No,
we're saying there's more diamonds in Casablanca,
I'm not
so sell
I
them
don't
outside
actually.
Sinister, I
Casablanca.
just said that Crimson was bouncing for Rick. He was a
I
door bouncer.
know, I know.
This clearly was there. um,
Mm.
Springs, do you got anything in that time period?
In that little section, no, I don't think I do. I have a detail I noticed close after that when Rick is signing um, a checkbook, I believe.
Mhm.
Mhm.
The top left indicates that it's Rick's Cafe American uh, versus Americana, which is on the back outside of the building. So to me, that was shown that the checkbook is American or English printed rather than in Casablanca itself for the establishment's name ending with an A. I found that to be an interesting detail.
That's probably yeah. I mean, that might be
He
for
himself
the
is American,
yeah. I
um,
imagine.
But his
and then
establishment
the
isn't.
sign exterior, yeah, it'd probably be more
Well, the
appealing.
sign is Americain, which is the French for American.
Oh, it doesn't end with an A.
No,
Oh, well then never mind. I thought this whole time it ended with an A on the sign.
I mean, it's still visibly different, so you're still correct on that.
it's a hard sign to read just because of how they put in the the little little things in there, so it doesn't really look quite right. But yeah, Americain.
Gotcha. I found it well, in that case, I found it interesting that the establishment name to public shown is different from the checkbook listed
Yeah,
name of the building,
yeah.
Mhm.
which could come
Is it?
across as two different businesses because of the name difference, which isn't. And now that what you said, Sinister, it's also not a continuity error shown.
I was gonna say might be a continuity error. It might be something deeper. We won't know.
By the way, there is a lot of layers to this movie. And I think
That there is, writer. That there is.
yeah, I will. We're fast. I wrote down a lot of quotes, unsurprisingly, because it's me.
It's a quoting movie.
Yeah. Uh, so I I like that after he sends kind of now we're gonna move past where Crimson the bouncer man turns the German away. Rick goes and tells him the bar he's lucky the bar is open to him and turns him away. I thought this was a very I think this might be a more modern thing, but I kind of read that as the whole like the hero petting the cat analogy, so we know that he's a good person. So him turning, the Nazis away, we know that Rick, there's a good person in there somewhere. I don't know if
No,
that's I don't know if that was more modern for me to think that, but also given that this time period in the United States is already in the war at this point, um, I I kind of read it in that vein where it is like, okay, we understand that he has a moral center.
yeah.
I mean, I didn't read it that way, but I could see how it could be.
I mean, it's ambiguous enough where you can read it like that he's
Yeah,
showing
you can read it several
yeah.
ways.
You can, yeah, which is, sometimes again, a little bit, maybe a little bit of a, controversial statement. Sometimes vagueness is okay in a movie. It just depends on how it's written.
Yes, that's all
Uh,
usually how it depends on.
yeah, depends on the circumstances and how it's written. But so for this, it could be you can read it like, oh, he just doesn't want the Deutschmarks because he doesn't think they're gonna last, and so from an economical standpoint, the franc is a better gamble, or it's his moral center is being shown, and that he doesn't like the Germans and he doesn't want them in France or in his club or da da da. So there's many layers, as was stated earlier, to this.
It's an ogre. Um, I
I will not be doing my donkey impression. Sorry.
Shrek.
um, and then we meet a man who is
My
uh
favorite actor of all time. Go on.
Oh, is that
he
true?
I mean, I like Peter Lorre.
yeah, and so yeah, I Peter Lorre is helping refugees, and
Yeah, Peter Lorre.
Rick dislikes him for price gouging the helping
Parasite.
refugees. Yeah, he's like, is it really so parasitic? I don't mind a parasite. I object to a cut rate one. And that is the first of many quotes that I got written down.
Oh,
um,
I apologize. Did we already go over the introduction of Rick of the chess?
yes.
Yes,
Did
a
you have
little
something
bit.
on that?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I did. It's a clear shown, or I guess easy for me to pick up. Camera cut when he touches the top of the pawn next to him. And I'm unsure if that was used for a change of camera, going from a single shot to then pan up. So I'm unsure of the need for the cut, but it was able to be seen.
Maybe he said the S word, and I had to cut it.
Maybe
Uh,
there was apparently a lot of language in this movie that had to be censored. um, I did not notice. Good catch, Sprinks. Um, so and then I think Rick is a there's a lot of he does the character is does a lot of the actor does a great job portraying the character because there's a lot of subtlety that comes across in this scene as he's talking to this man who's price gouging refugees. Um,
Mhm.
the man is talking about how he's getting out tonight, getting out of Casablanca tonight. He has papers signed by a French officer, and Rick is intrigued, uh, but the actor plays it off as denial almost, or he's denied, like once he's denied
Yeah.
them. So I kind of like that Rick is actually genuinely interested, but when he's turned away, he kind of plays it off because he's just not allowed. He doesn't even want the guy he's talking to doesn't even want Rick looking at them. Uh, and
and
then he
I like
says,
that
Rick,
they're.
well, how about go on?
Sorry,
You're saying
I cut you off.
what?
I cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just going to read my next quote. Rick, I have many a friend in Casablanca, but somehow, just because you despise me, you're the only one I trust. And I really like the line because there's a lot of layers. As I'm going to keep saying, Rick is a man of honor and therefore trustworthy. And that's one of the reasons why he's willing to tell this to him.
That line is what I was going to bring up. That's what made me like their little relationship here because we don't get much of it.
Yeah, we don't. We
Shocker,
definitely don't get much
he
of it,
gets
but it's
arrested. But yeah, I like it because that's the type of logic I would probably employ if I wasn't so close to people. I would obviously trust you guys more than my enemy. But this guy seems like
like
he
it's a
wouldn't have
compliment.
actual friends. He would just have people he works with.
Just partners
Yeah.
and
So
temporary ones.
trusting your enemy with it, that makes sense in his position.
Yeah, and Rick is also not necessarily his enemy either. He's a staunch neutral in all of this, or he does his best to maintain a neutrality.
Yeah. Because if he went to somebody who was on his or Peter Lorre's character, I don't think his name is Ubaktu or something or something. I don't know.
Goethe or something.
Yeah,
Ugarte, yeah.
Ubaktu. Yeah, it's It went to somebody who was in his same line of business. They would likely turn him in and take the the thing for
Like a
themselves.
Ferrari.
Yeah,
Or
even
if yeah,
Ferrari talks about buying them off of Rick.
yeah,
So like he expresses interest in it, and Rick's, like I said, is neutral enough that people trust him just with blatant information.
mhm.
Um, and he asks Rick to hold on to those letters of transit, which will be relevant for the story.
No, no way.
Chekhov's letters. Um,
That
but
would be great if that had nothing to do with the rest of the movie whatsoever.
yeah,
It'd be a big fu.
While
yeah.
I was watching this first time, I was a little confused to why he accepted the letters, because it seemed to me, obviously at the time, that he wouldn't want to get seen with his papers and stuff. He even stuffs them in the piano in front of everybody, which is weird.
Well, everybody's doing under the
Yeah,
table
everyone's
deals.
doing their own thing, so
I mean, I'm pretty sure someone's watching the piano player.
Yeah, but it's
It's
also
kind of
Rick.
part of the experience.
I think he has enough clout where nobody's gonna say, "Hey, what are you doing putting that in a piano or something?" And and they don't know what it is anyways.
I think it attributes to the fact of, like, walk around the own the place and no one will stop you, and he also does own the place.
It just seemed like an unnecessary risk.
Um, I would probably attribute that as well. Yeah, probably is an unnecessary risk. I would agree with that.
If you had one bad guy from World War II see him do that, that's suspicious activity. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree. It is a risk. And I agree. It is an unnecessary one.
mm,
Um, doesn't damage the movie overall, but it does needs to be pointed out, because if he was caught here, it kind of it makes the
wouldn't have been good.
searching of his place
it's
much worse.
yeah,
Um,
I don't know.
Well, it's also bad that they didn't even bother to search the piano, but that's all right. Things can be
yeah.
missed.
Um,
Like
s-
get smart.
so who wants to go next?
I'll touch on
Any
something. I
Alrighty.
think it's a cool detail, and I'm guessing because of how it's shown, it's on purpose, that the more important characters or main characters have a lighter outfit. For example, Bugatti and Rick have white suits to stand out more from the grays and blacks of the black and white movie to any other side or supporting character in the background to make them stand out far more in a crowd. I think that's a good detail so your eye can fixate on them and find them faster than looking like a Where's Waldo.
Yeah.
That's
The other
fair.
interesting thing, again, this might be reading into it as far as the costuming goes, is Rick is wearing is black and white as a mix, so he's kind of like the neutral, where everybody else either wears either a gray or a. It's hard to tell with the black and white if it's a gray or if it's a white. But, that's just a common thing. So
True.
if you want to read into it, he's neutral grounds even in his wardrobe. And
I
then as
just
the movie
think
progresses,
I
it
just
gets
saw it more
into
of
the
as
gray.
purposeful choice
Oh yeah,
because I believe it's taking place same day of now currently what's being shown of Rick and Bugatti talking in Rick's in white, and then that night when he's drinking, even though it's dark, he's not in that white outfit anymore. It's darker clothing. So it could
I
be mood played setting through the use of black and white.
I think he is wearing the same clothes in that scene, but I get what you mean.
I guess to go off of your color theory, if it's going to be anything, I can see it in a black and white movie. So, as you know, I'm usually against a lot of the color theory stuff. It might have grounds here, I think,
Nah,
especially with the whole painted shadows stuff.
That's fair.
I don't think it actually is. I think I'm reading into it, but
Well, I meant
I
just both of you paying attention to.
Well,
no,
let's have a vote here. Who thinks it is and who thinks it isn't?
no.
I
I
think
think
maybe.
I think Sprinks is right about standing out. I'm not putting much weight into my mixed wardrobe theory.
I'm gonna be
Mostly
honest.
because they all wear different colors anyways. So
I'm gonna be honest. I can't speak much to the wardrobes. I was too busy taking notes about the writing.
boy,
It was
doesn't just
Writer
it's
the
coming from
dynamic,
you,
doesn't it?
that
Yeah.
sounds
yeah.
fine.
I wouldn't be surprised if there is the color theory. So I'm also gonna chop myself down to maybe like crimson. But yeah, I was far too enamored by by everything else. Um, and then Sam
The
sings
man.
the man Sam sings into the night about being unlucky, knock on wood. And it is now a song I have on my playlist because I thought it was a good song.
I
Um,
Oh,
enjoy,
Dooley
even
Wilson.
though I'm assuming from this that everyone in the cafe is a local to the cafe itself, that the interaction of the knocking on wood it's instantaneous when it comes up, of how many people participate versus like watching the crowd and getting a feel and then joining in.
mhm.
Uh,
It
my
it
limited movie space in this era and not being alive this time, all depictions I see, the people back then were a lot more energetic and willing to participate in group activities, like sitting together. Very
yeah, I
limited to me.
also
I don't
think
know.
kind of add a little more on to your what you said, Springs. Well, also, it's just because people are stuck here and they might be regulars, so they just come to the bar, and that might be a regular song that Sam's plays, so they jump in with it. It's a crowd favorite
Yes,
because
regulars. That's more better than locals. Thank you.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, just because a lot of people are stuck here too, and the song about being unlucky and knocking on wood to change that, I also think is a lot of layers about or layers. There's the word
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Says a lot about them wanting to be lucky and finally get out of here. Um,
Something that I saw with the song was we just get him putting the papers in his pocket, and then the next thing we hear is "Who's got trouble? We've got trouble." Those are the first lyrics of the song. Like, the, yeah, he did just get trouble by taking on that responsibility of the papers.
it's very on the nose, but I still love it.
Yeah.
um,
Do you believe the
and
song itself is a foreshadow for the rest of the film,
Mm,
for the lyrics that it goes in?
I don't think
I
so.
don't know if it's foreshadowed, but it's definitely intentional with meaning. I
Yeah,
think.
I mean they don't they don't choose songs by accident most of the time.
yeah,
'Cause-
I don't know if I'd go for say as far as say it's a foreshadowing the rest of the film, but it's definitely an intentional choice because it's specifically tone setting for the scene as well. And like as you said, Crimson, like who's got trouble, we got trouble. I mean, it's now very literal for Rick because he has in his possession pretty much everything the story will now revolve around. He's got the plot
Mhm.
device,
He has the Chekhov's gun, if you will.
the Chekhov's letters. What was the other
Yeah.
one? He's got the MacGuffin. There we go.
Like
That's the
yeah,
one I'm
the
looking for.
MacGuffin.
Yeah,
He's
here's
got the
another. Here's another MacGuffin being used correctly in a story.
oh,
um,
no, it's not a muffin.
yeah, it's not a MacGuffin. Um, And then we got Ferrari. We get introduced to the man Ferrari. Does
With the
anyone have
fez.
anything to say specifically about him?
He's
Otherwise, I'll just
probably
say my
the
notes and move on.
flattest character in this. It
Yeah.
sounds like Spring has something to say on it.
I was just gonna say I'm glad he's introduced now rather than farther down, like at the Blue Parrot.
I agree.
Like even
Yeah,
if it's just a small thing, it's someone already shown and can be identified later than like halfway through the film a new character arrival.
I do wish for his revival, and I think I because I agree he's pretty flat character Crimson. I think the only reason I find him to be he's more useful as a tool. So I'm not saying he's devoid of character traits, but I think it's because the his reason ostensibly for coming over to Rick's is because he wants to try and buy the place out again.
Hmm.
And this is presumably something he does all the time. It just made the while the conversation and dialogue is pretty natural, it progresses fairly naturally. I just found the reason for him being there to be not a great one, you know?
I mean, I was fine with his reason of being there. It was more like there's not much to his character other than I'm a greedy, grubby, gammy man.
Go on.
Everyone else at least had two traits to them. That was pretty much it for him. There was the one moment where he's like, I don't know why I'm telling you about Rick, but I'm telling you about Rick. He might have the papers. And, okay, that's something, but he still feels like the same thing to me.
I think
Uh,
that part of the issue I had with him was from that one scene you just mentioned of he's talking with a couple or whatever later on, and he just kind of tells them
mm,
that he's it, I don't know. I think it would have been better if he was a little bit more on the not neutral, but uh,
It would be, I
more
think,
of like
sorry.
the black market, and he kind of like just kind of feels like too much. Like it feels like they're making him out to be more of a good guy than he probably should be for the place and the time. Is I think part of my problems. So I feel like he's doing a little bit too much good, but I think also how the movie ends, you kind of need him to be kind of more on that side. So it's kind of a hard road to balance.
Yeah. I think, um, well, in my head, I think what would have strengthened his character for me is if he came over to gossip with Rick. Like the real reason to come over and offer to buy the place is one thing, but I think if he came over with more than just that, it might have smoothed the rest of his character out for me. Because if he came over to gossip with Rick, that would be another facet. I think, like, the fact that the two businessmen here in this very, very high tension area together, just trying to stay afloat. Like that would have been something like that. He came over to gossip with Rick about something, and then they move into the I'm here to buy your I want to buy your establishment again. That if they, I think that would have added more to him for me. Like, and it would have been just enough for him not to be a flat character. Like the idea that he gossips with Rick because they have a similar status.
I think yeah, but I think they kind of couldn't do that because that's sort of what Louis kind of
Yeah, that's what
yeah
Louis encompasses all of that. So my whole thing would be maybe like it would be business related more so than like politically or socially
yeah
charged.
that's true.
Um, and I think that would have just fixed the minor issues that I have with him because him being the only flat character in a very big cast, and that's you're doing a fairly good job as a writer.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, uh,
he also wanted
yes.
to buy Sam.
Yeah, and Sam's not for sale. He's a little man, loyal to his
Yeah.
friend. And Ferrari still walks off with a smile, which
Uh-huh.
is, you know, also I suppose attributing to it at least shows that his relationship with Rick is not like bitter. It's just kind of shoot the shit.
Rivalry. Yeah.
Yeah,
He also didn't really
it's
lose anything in this encounter. So.
that's
No,
true.
because they're both. I mean, Rick's more successful, but they're both successful together. So
Yeah.
uh,
Uh,
Rick's more successful because he's taking the neutral route, whereas Ferrari's more successful because he's taking more of the black market end route. Which
we get one of my favorite lines where Rick says, "I don't buy or sell human beings," and Mr. Ferrari goes, "Too bad. That's Casablanca's leading commodity."
it's a good line.
And I'm just like, "That's dark."
Yeah.
And we'll get in a little more, I guess, into that sort of aspect later on. Um, and then, Springs, do you have anything to say about Ferrari before I move on?
No, I already said my piece at the beginning there.
Alrighty. Um,
Everything
and
on Nirvana that's about to happen.
yeah, Ivana is about to happen. Yes.
Ivana.
Um, and then to the introduction to Ivana is someone is just constantly confessing their love, and I forget the guy's name behind the bar.
Sasha, I think is his name.
Sasha, yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Um, and I kind of find it funny, uh, but and I also like the idea of he the Sasha just pulls a check out for Rick. So he offered to pay in check. Is that good? And then Rick just pulls it, tears it, and puts it on, and lets it drop on the floor, and then Sasha like unquestionably just slides a check for Rick to sign to pay out of pocket again.
Mm.
Like it's not even like they don't even communicate the rest of what needs to happen. Like it's clearly a regular thing. So already building like a rapport between Rick and his employees, like how well they know their boss, which
Mm.
is going to play in a little bit later to when they're reacting to things that Rick do.
Rick do.
But yes, now we have Ivana. Anyone got any comments about Ivana?
I know why she's in this.
You want to know why she's in this?
Yeah, I don't know why she's in this.
She's
I don't know if
freaking great, man.
I don't know if she plays more to the bar hands character since he occurs more than just herself.
I think what it's showing, and it's something that's set up later, is how Rick is affected by losing, the quote unquote love of his life, whatever. And
Yeah.
so now he kind of leaves women before they can leave him in some way, or
Doesn't go straight with them. Like he
yeah,
can't. Doesn't go steady with them. Sorry.
yeah, exactly.
That's probably her purpose. The other facet is to show another face of the war. The fact that French women did sleep with Germans to preserve their lives. So um, there is a little bit of that later on as we see as well when a confrontation happens before the Le Mesurier singing. God, I keep forgetting that. I'm pronouncing the name of that song wrong. God damn.
Isn't it that? I think it's not Les Mis.
It's not Les Mis. It's no,
No,
Les Mis is a play, but I think it's called.
keep going. I'm gonna look it up. Keep going.
Hold
I'll
on.
look it
Okay.
up.
Yeah. So, does anyone have anything to say more about the Ivana scene? Or I hope I answered your question, Crimson.
Um, yeah, I didn't look at it that way, which does make it a little bit better. It still feels like though it's kind of a waste of screen time because it doesn't say too much on the relationship he has with her. We just see her as like a drunk, and he ships her
Um,
off
yeah,
to go home.
like I said, we get it's definitely insight for Rick's character, and then and then later on she's more used as like
Trying to make him jealous.
not maybe to possibly to make him jealous, but more like she's used to as well as show off the kind of desperation people were in because
Yeah,
she
for sure.
also I think wants to leave. I think that's one of the things she's trying to do.
And Rick's pretty well
Probably.
off, so
Yeah, and then sleeping with the German officer, you might get your papers that way.
Mhm.
And it's
It's I
like I said,
can't
there's
I
a
can't.
go
Sorry,
on.
I was gonna say the song you were talking about. I can't pronounce it, but it's the French national anthem.
Yeah.
La Marseillaise or
Oh,
whatever.
the La Marseillaise. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I said Les Mis earlier in the
I was like,
podcast, and I'm gonna get rambunctious for that.
no, 'cause I thought it was the same thing too. Because I was like, I know it's la, or something, but anyway, go on.
The um, and then he kind of escorts her outside. She gets put in a cab, and Sasha's like, "You stay with her and take her home." It's like, "Okay, boss," and he's like, "You come right back." Okay, boss.
Okay, Paul.
No
Uh,
fun.
I think I'll agree that it's not the best use of a character, but I don't think I don't think she has as much screen time that it's a hamper or anything.
I don't think she's a wasted character, but I agree they probably could have used her a little more effectively. It's probably
Yeah.
where I'm at with her.
Mm.
Um, and then we get our first of many conversations between Rick and Louis. But before we start that, does anyone have anything to say before we dive into this? Just of something that happened before.
I do. I like the
Yeah.
detail that the light going across Rick's could be seen as headlights of a taxi being hailed for Ivana to leave. But then it
Mm-hmm.
goes to a scene to actually show that it happens a second time, but in the same
It's a,
direction. which can be confusing if you think it's taxi headlights. So it shows that it's an actual spotlight across. And
It's a searchlight,
yeah,
yeah.
I like the detail thrown in there that it's not headlights that were being used. So there
And
isn't
I think that's
confusion.
yeah, and I think it's just also established in this scene with Louis that if there's a curfew, so it makes sense that there are fucking spotlights and searchlights. Um, all right, so we have our first conversation with Louis. So who wants to
Well, I think
take
Crimson
it
is
away?
smitten with
Yeah,
Louis, so let's give him a
I-
first go round.
I'll let you take first crack, Crimson.
Well, I like how Louis was pretty much questioning why Rick is even here still. Rick's been here for a while, and he brings up, "What'd you do? Steal some church funds, sleep with the senator's wife, killed a man." And I think Rick responded to all of them or whatever. Really adding on to the type of relationship these two have. They're very jokey, but there is a serious undertone to it.
Yeah,
It's
they're
not a
yeah.
great world they're in right now.
Yeah. One of the things I like about their friendship is they have the kind of dialogue where like you can hear it 7 times, and on that seventh time you might just crack a new meaning. And our characters are intelligent, so they're not responding necessarily to the sentences, they're responding to the subtext of the dialogue, which is just the kind of shit that I miss in today's a lot of today's movies and stuff. I'm gonna
I
very
like her.
I'm gonna
I
yeah
like her.
I'm gonna very nonchalantly once again plug Andor really quickly. One of
Oh,
the
here we go again.
because I actually yeah, without any shame, because actually during this scene I actually had to pause the movie, leave to my room, and talk to my mom for about 5 minutes about why I thought the dialogue in this movie was really great. Because it was in this scene where uh it just reminds me of like what great script writing is between characters, because their entire relationship is subtextual almost. Um, and yeah, it's really good scene.
Yeah,
So
a lot of their
really,
commentary is usually sarcastic, but they both understand the actual meaning of what each other is saying behind the
yeah.
Mhm.
jokes.
Um, and both of them are both there's a lot of character building done here for Louis as well. Because this is our second scene with Louis, but our kind of his first scene with his mask half off almost. Because he's not talking to the German, he's talking to a friend. Um, and does anyone else have anything to say about this particular scene?
Yeah, I think it's a good scene because it's one of the I think old Hollywood used to do really good kind of two man scenes, or two people scenes, uh where you could kind of get like almost the entire arc of both characters and just like one little back and forth uh dialogue. This is kind of one of those things where you kind of realize both guys are kind of on the outs as far as their morals are concerned, just by the basic outcome of war. But
And one could argue that they are both have the same morals, but
yeah.
they both hide them absolutely differently.
Well, yeah, I think that's probably why they get along so well, is because they can both kind of realize that they're more invested in good morals than bad morals, but
Yeah, like
because of where they're at, they kind of have to cover that up, and they have to be more either
yeah,
neutral or at the very worst,
yeah.
on the bad side.
Like Louis is definitely working for the Germans in this film for a fair
Hmm.
portion of
Oh
it.
yeah.
He's under their thumb, and that's why I made the mask illusion earlier. Whereas Rick goes about hiding his morality by maintaining as Louis puts it, a good foreign policy about sticking his neck out for nobody.
Mhm.
um, and like it's a very, I think it's a very good example in the fact that they're like they're mirror images, and they are in the sense that like they both have to they both approaching their they're both just trying to get by their own way,
Mhm.
essentially. They don't want to cause a stir. They just want to live. And then, it's in that vein of like hide who you are and, do your best with regards to that. And they both have
I
different
don't
approaches.
I don't think that's applicable at any point in the rest of history. I'm sorry. Nothing about that is possibly a repeating. Um, but yeah, so no, I think it's a good dynamic. I think it's I mean, there's a bunch of good dynamics I think in this movie overall, but it's probably my favorite just because they are sort of I wouldn't say equals as far as power is concerned, but they're equals as far as I think their moral standing is concerned and their kind of worldview.
Yeah. I'm gonna pass this a little bit over to you, Sprinks, if you have anything to say about them. I know we've already said a lot, but
Well, it's with their scene, but not necessarily about Rick or Lou. It's the
Mhm.
plane that goes over
that
their head.
The
I like
plane.
the world pace that goes on even in the background of
Mhm.
how when we first started with the plane was with Rick's and it coming towards the sign, so like away from the building. And then the next was the Fiends of War introduction where the plane was landed. And now with this scene, it's the plane going the opposite direction, taking off. And I like just the flow of movement, even though they're all three separate planes, the pace of the background of the film taking place flows well. It's not three shots of different planes all landing, or just one use and then nothing else moving while Lou and Rick are looking out into the world beyond Rick's cafe. It's I just like that overalling flow of still movement occurring that is smooth.
you see, you saying this actually triggered another note that I had, or at least a note that I forgot to write down. The fact that they both sit at the end of the cafe and watch the plane leave together, like as the idea that they're both stuck here together, and that's why they
Mhm.
kind of gravitate
Yeah.
towards each other
Mhm.
in a way.
It's good. Yeah.
Um, so it's another nice little detail because the end of their story also is with that plane. So it's just another neat little detail of where this is all going. Like they're, yeah, I love this movie. If that wasn't clear already.
I thought you hated it. I thought this was like
Yeah.
right next to Velma or something.
Yeah. You were like, dude, fuck that movie.
And one line of dialogue from Louis in this film is better than the entirety of the film.
Oh, the message boards are lighting up, everybody.
Yeah, and I welcome that.
Uh,
At this point,
uh,
I welcome that kind of hatred.
so
Uh,
The
yeah,
last thing
good.
I have for this scene
Go
has
on
to
then.
do with the camera work. So we get like a near of a shoulder shot, not quite, of Rick, and Louis is looking at him. So this is when Louis asks him why he's still here,
mhm.
but Louis leans in, and then the camera zooms in too, which really adds to the audience interest in why Rick is here as well. And I think the camera work in
Uh,
this is all very well throughout the whole thing. It's moving. It feels like pretty modern with the camera work in this,
Yeah,
actually.
there are some of the classic, early 30s and 40s shots, like the wide group shots and all that,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff. But there is some pretty good like dynamic camera work of, kind of accentuating the emotional impact and things, which definitely become kind of a standard.
mhm. Um, I uh, if we are done with this scene, I will move us along.
Yes,
Um,
please.
but yes, very good
Does
scene.
the
Yeah.
the scene of the conversation, are you encapsulating the whole conversation or just the outside part currently?
Just the outside part.
Okay.
I'm like
Okay.
the person that's gonna interrupt them is gonna bring us back inside.
Okay. I just wanted clarify on that.
Clarify. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, we're gonna continue this conversation, but we have a brief bit that interrupts them. And I actually find this very, very important because it's very simple. But a gentleman interrupts their conversation about someone winning 20,000 francs, and Rick needs to get the money from the safe. I just want my note is essentially this is a really nice, neat, small detail about how the world building functions in a logical manner, and uh, and it helps ground you into the almost the realism of it, because this seems like this is very much something that would happen in real life. That someone wins a bunch of money, the owner would have to get the money from the safe. Um, and then we kind of once through that we transition to Louis kind of following him and having a conversation with Rick as they moved back through the restaurant up to his office, right?
Hmm.
And then
Yes.
there's going to be a shot Sprinks.
Yes. Do you want to?
Well, if it's going off of what Sinister said, it's pretty impressive that they hand painted and animated in stop motion Rick's shadow on the wall. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, no.
No,
But-
but the shadow, I do really like that the shadow of Rick, even Rick being out of shot, his shadow's still in place, so he's not a disembodied voice just coming off while the camera's only on Louis. And that Rick is technically still in the shot of this scene while they're holding out a
Yes, it
conversation.
is. I agree. It's fucking phenomenal work.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm like, Sprinks is going to love this. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
And I like
eh.
that. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, there's also, I guess, some symbology behind it if you want to look at it that way. Of like, you're always being watched in this world, by the baddies. He's off screen, but yet we still see his actions.
That's true. Yeah, it just adds to the more like the overbearing weight that's on everyone's shoulder here.
And I'm glad this wasn't paid off of a mystery to be used later of something occurring and they couldn't quite tell it out because all they could see was a silhouette. I'm glad it wasn't played that way. Like with, for example, if it was like Laszlo doing something and someone spotted it but couldn't make out who it was because of a silhouette situation.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it stands out more as a creative importance of this shot for only a one-time use in the film.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. And now we move on to the second part of the conversation, where Louis informs Rick that he intends to make an arrest in his establishment, and Louis warns Rick against warning them. And this is where the I stick my neck out for nobody, and Louis responds, "A wise foreign policy." And my note explicitly says, Louis' smile and the layered dialogue. I'm so high on life right now.
I do love how transparent they are with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
both know they're full bullshit.
Yeah, I do. It's another layer as to how they're maintaining their friendship because they're both. I mean, being in this kind of world, it will absolutely stress your friendships, and the relationships you have with people in general, because you never know who quite to trust. So the whole like being open with each other is probably their only form of like, maintaining the fact that they trust each other.
One's a
And
corrupt official, and one is
One's a-
very neutral, quote unquote, individual.
yeah,
He's a neutral individual in a culture at that point that doesn't really value being neutral. I guess
He's neutral
Well,
to a point.
I do. Okay, well, actually, this is a good point to talk about it.
Yeah.
I actually
Mhm.
think Rick is symbolically, he is a stand-in for what America was leading up to the war. Because
Yeah.
America
That's-
is
yeah, that's-
staunchly isolationist and demanded to be neutral for the first couple years of the war and even
Mhm.
the build-up period to it. Even when Winston Churchill was screaming from the top of his lungs and he wasn't even prime minister yet that the Germans were going to invade because they were building a fucking army. um, and I think Rick's broadly a stand-in for that because of how like he's a stand-in for that entire period where Roosevelt, being the skillful politician that he was, and I am an FDR stan, but he is he was trying to slowly change American perspective on the war. Like he wanted to get America involved from the beginning, but he couldn't do that because we're functionally a democracy. So you, people's opinions matter. So you can't just like declare war because y- you're not gonna get back into office. You're not gonna get back into anything. So the whole isolationist stand that America took leading up to the war, I think, is encapsulated in Rick, where the moment that something you love or something about you has been attacked, when in America's case it's Pearl Harbor, and Rick it's Isla, Isla, uh, so yeah,
Yeah.
to a degree. And he also had a love for Paris as well. And we learned he has been fighting fascists, but he prefers at least to maintain the neutrality aspect because he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be dragged into all of that. So I broadly, symbolically, that's what I felt Rick was in this movie. He's a stand-in for what America was before they got involved in the war, which is
Mhm.
why and then the turn that he has at the end of the movie is where that all comes back around to like where America is now at the war, where the movie's being released is like, well, we're involved now. And the fact that they're at the talking about the ending scene just for a minute, they're going to a free French garrison to go help fight now, is kind of where what we were doing, because like I said, this is to prelude America's landing in North Africa. So there's my one of my bigger spiels about the movie.
There you go.
If anyone's got any comments on that before I return to the actual movie.
Uh, on that, no.
Historical significance? No. History was my worst subject in school.
I love history.
All right. So anyways, that was my bit on Rick's allegory. And then I kind of like, as Rick and Louie are walking through the establishment, the Sam is just going ham still on the piano as he would, living his best life. Um, and I like the fact that Louis said they would have made the arrest at Ferrari's place, but they wanted to do it at his place for a to give him to make the drama, to add a little more popularity to his joint or whatever. Or at least that's the reason Louis gives. I assume that's what I understood it to be.
I believe that's the intention that I came across.
Yeah, he gave a reason. I didn't write it down. I don't remember it, so I'll say yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I interpreted the reason as. So,
And I'm sure Louis clever enough and not blind to see that Ferrari's intention of trying to buy out Sam or to improve the Blue Parrot compared to Rick's is easily picked up through Louis. So Louis' alliance and friendship more with Rick stands out.
yeah. So we can make the connection because we can assume that Louis did observe Ferrari and at least come into the building because he was outside. Um, but yeah, I didn't even read that particular facet, and that's totally true. He could be like, "Well, I'm doing this so that Ferrari can't as easily buy you out, because you want to help your friends out as best you can, and no matter what ways you can do."
Well, he also brings up how visas are being sold here, but he knows Rick isn't doing it.
Yes.
Which, if it was Ferrari who owned it, there certainly would be a lot more stuff going on.
And I think it's in this scene we have our first mention of Victor Laszlo, the man who escaped a concentration.
Yes.
Victor Laszlo, the man behind the high curtain.
And then I had to do a lot of research into concentration camp stuff. I don't recommend that for anyone. I don't recommend that for anyone's mental health. But the reason I did it is because this movie came out in 1943, and I was curious when that became public knowledge.
42.
Yeah, it came in public knowledge in 1942. But I think the grotesque detail wasn't available quite yet.
No.
So we knew that they were doing it, but we didn't really know to the extent, or at least the grander populace wasn't aware of it.
That could be easily. I'm sorry to cut in. I think that could easily be shown through the words of explanation through Victor talking about concentration camp. It was never detailed of what occurred or what happened to him in his time there.
Yeah, they're pretty vague about it, and I think that's intentional in the sense that they don't know. But they also, it also lends to the suspicions that the rest of the world started having. So, I think you're right. It's a nice little detail, though. Still like, it lets your imagination do the work for you, which is kind of what the intention was, I suppose.
True. I mean, the only thing physically really shown is Victor's scar above his eye, right?
Yeah, and and
Yes.
there's a throwaway, the seemingly throwaway line of him, saying, "Oh, we've seen your picture," and he's like, "Yes, yes, I was much thinner then," or something like that. Or
Yeah. The idea that people will probably go hungry.
so there's some indication of what likely happened, but it's more of a stand-in for just like a POW camp or some kind of experience, or than what it actually was, which was a touch, but a touch worse. I think is a small way to say it.
Yes. Um, and I think during this conversation, I think it's very good on Rick's actor for once he actually looks impressed with Louis. Like
Yeah.
we know Rick isn't easily impressed, but the idea of him capturing Laszlo in order to keep his puppet government in place. Um, I the fact that Rick, I don't know, I just like the acting that came from Rick in this scene as they transitioned into his office.
Mm-hmm.
And Shara Brandy.
Sure, Brandy.
And I believe we have your line of dialogue, Crimson, that you said at the beginning in this scene.
Yeah. Make it 10. I'm only a poor corrupt official.
But
And they're
why does
betting on
yeah.
Laszlo's success of escaping
Yep.
Casablanca. Which,
And
I mean, everything in the scene, they lay down so much here. We get the Laszlo stuff. We get Rick backstory. We get just their relationship.
So much stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, just pretty full.
I mean, no, yeah.
And we get more of Rick's neutralness being questioned here as well.
His Swedenness.
yeah, I suspecting you're still a sentimentalist. Or something to that effect.
Oh, I haven't been sentimental in many years.
um,
Yeah, we kept calling him different things throughout. At the end, he called him an idealist, which I don't think
You're
he said
a
earlier.
romantic, aren't you? Yeah,
no,
Just
he
like
says
giving him-
sentimentalist. He does say sentimentalist again at the end.
yeah. That's the I think the reoccurring one of them.
Yeah, I know sentimentalist is reoccurring. I didn't catch any of the others, if they were.
I think the other ones are just for specific things and not like as wide as that. I think that one's pretty wide, but most of the other ones are more specific.
Um, yeah, I guess I had to throw a little more of my little history tidbit, and I
Go
apologize
on
to all
then.
the viewers who are going to keep getting this throughout this decade thing. Um, I I just want to say that in the Spanish side of the Civil War, he fought on the left leaning front, which was obviously against the nationalists. Who the nationalists were intent on setting up a dictatorship. Um, I believe the left leaning front lost, and then
Yeah.
the Spanish Civil War, which is what he was fighting in, is now broadly considered by the historian community as a dress rehearsal for the war to come, which was World War II.
And you can blame it all on Franz Ferdinand.
the
But
linchpin.
the linchpin. Yeah. So
Um,
he has a history of fighting for the losing side.
yeah, he likes a good underdog,
Yeah.
apparently. Um, but yeah, I'm in agreement with you, Crimson, and what you said. We're saying earlier, just about how we get a lot in this scene about not only their bet, but just the backstory of some more of the backstory into Rick, his stance of
Oh,
neutrality, because Louis is one of the reasons I really love Louis because he's a character that likes to poke holes in uh
Little
Rick's
facade.
yeah
facade.
um because that's what he can do given his position of also trying to hide his morality.
Hmm.
And Rick can't easily do it back. But I think Rick does occasionally. He does. Gets in his own good lines, throwing out lines of like, "Yeah, you're really in charge," that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Um, Actually, I think it happens right at the end of the scene where Louis makes a point saying, or Louis says that he operates independently from the Gestapo. Someone comes in to say, "Tell Rick that Strasser is here," and then Rick looks at Louis and says, "You were saying?"
Mhm.
Yeah.
um,
And
uh,
I think they did all of it very well because it's technically exposition heavy, but it doesn't feel like it.
yeah,
No, yeah, it's one of those things where it could very easily just, here's a bunch of fun dialogue said, really fast or da 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 da, and and then have it be end. But it actually is kind of compelling because you're actually interested. You kind of want to,
yeah.
you want to learn. Like you kind of pay attention more.
Uh, I agree. It's just a lot happens in the scene, and it's very good. Um, do you have anything to say on the scene, Sprinks, before we move on to them leaving Rick's office?
I do not. No.
All right, then.
What happens when they leave Rick's office, writer?
um, Louis immediately goes to try and placate the German major, and
Strass.
explains they're about to arrest the man who murdered German couriers. Strasser looks only like it definitely feels like Strasser is here is on vacation, like he's on leave from the front.
Yeah.
So he's only half interested in the Louis trying to suck up to him. Um,
He definitely prefers him to the Italian.
yeah, definitely prefers him to the Italian. Uh, and then let's see. Da-da-da-da.
Very generous of them to let him cash out his chips.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
Need
why
to
they let him
worry.
do that, but sure.
Uh, I mean, like, if you like, the idea is to. I thought the idea was to feign that he was going to go willingly. You know,
Yeah.
because there is that bit of psychology of like, can I cash out my chips before we go? Like, there's that whole. There's an aspect of like, I'll go willingly with you if I can do this, that sort of thing. I think that's the angle they were trying to do, but nothing really terrible happens of it other than he gest caught, which was
Yeah.
going to
Yeah,
happen
Caught.
because
because Louis made it a thing like we're going to arrest someone here today, so I'm like, okay, they're probably going to make a show of it, but they did. They let him do his thing, and then he tries to get away, of course. But that obviously
I
was
mean,
not the plan.
the show of it was that the French guards were going to get him regardless of how it would go. So like
Yeah.
whether
If
it was a
it
big
wasn't
show
like
or
a prisoner coming or something, yeah.
yeah
And then, like I said in the beginning, the whole propaganda thing. If this was done today, they would have gone all in on making the guys from World War II look horrible. Here, it makes them not as terrible.
yeah.
Like,
I
well,
mean
sure, catch, do your
Well, they're
chips.
also
All
not
right.
Nazis though. Those are the French police.
Well, yeah, but they're assisting. So,
yeah
Yeah,
like
but
it
he also killed two people, so it's a weird thing to go through. Yeah.
yeah, and like I said, this is the kind of nuance and exploration I love in my quote unquote storytelling because
Mhm.
I like you say it's if I can see the propaganda in here, but it's like it's very well hidden.
yeah.
Um, do you got anything to say about the man trying to escape Sprinks, or
Of
shall we move on to the
Bugatti.
next scene? Yes.
Um, I think I found it a little humorous that he tried holding closed doors that are still in the club, and he's not holding back the police of doors of an exit.
Yeah, because you ran to the VIP room.
Yeah, I found that a bit odd. And then how he runs over to Rick asking for to be hidden for help um, shows off really his panicked intelligence of his character. Of that he thinks
Yeah.
Rick has he has so much trust into Rick that he immediately beelines for him
No,
thinking that
he knows.
he can help.
Yeah, I mean, there's the aspect is that everyone knows Rick is an honest man. It's just he won't stick his neck out for you, kind of thing.
Mm.
And I think that shows here really like he pretty much more or less slams him up against the wall and calms him down and but doesn't really do anything for him.
Oh, especially in the eye of police everywhere at the time. I think it would have been more wise, but again, this is onto the character of Bugatti himself. I think it would have been more wise if he tried to hide and hid from the police to then come back later and ask Rick for help when things
Oh
have died
yeah,
down or searching.
yeah. I think the reason he doesn't go for an exit is because it was
Surrounded.
further away. Because like the reason he goes to the VIP room is just because that's the closest door to him. Um,
Is this not also, correct me if I'm wrong here, is this also not where it was stated that there were guards at every door for Laszlo?
uh,
No, that's
no,
no,
this is for him. That
yeah,
happens later, but this is
That's later. Okay.
specifically for
yeah.
yeah.
I
But
know
this
of
is
Bugatti, but I'm thinking if Bugatti went out a door, were there's guards present?
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think he was getting out of there
No, there
without
was yeah.
cuffs. So
No, I'm just saying
that,
that could be a line. I'm just trying to remember the order. If that was said before Bugatti tried to escape or asked for
yeah.
help, then that was already
Louis,
established that Louis had guards at every door for Victor during this
there is
time.
a line here for Ugadi as well because Louis is trying to show off to Strasser. He's like, place guards at every door. I don't want him escaping because he does say that to Strasser here regarding Ugati.
Oh, I thought it was in regards to Laszlo.
No, well, they mentioned Laszlo in the scene, but that doesn't happen until
Yeah,
later.
they don't. Yeah, they're here. They're here to capture Ugarte because remember Laszlo's more. He's more or less stuck in Casablanca, which is why they can't really approach the direct arrest yet.
Gotcha. Okay. And his
So
name's Ugati?
Something, yeah.
I looked it up. I don't know how it's pronounced, but it's spelled Ugarte.
Ugarte, like
Oh, okay.
it's like Gar. Yeah,
My
Ugarte.
mistake. I wrote down Bugatti as the
Yeah,
vehicle in my note.
Sounds
But
better to me.
You just call him Peter Lorre. It's fine.
No, he's not gonna be very relevant anymore.
yes, because he gets shot.
yeah.
You
No, he gets
Well, he
captured.
shoots. That's right.
He shoots. He gets captured, but he does not see the light of day because he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
He's never seen it ever
Presumably,
again.
he was interrogated to death.
Should we say he committed suicide or
Yeah, there's a whole
I tried to
conversation about that.
flee.
yeah?
Yeah, that was a very grim conversation.
That's it's very middle of war conversation.
Yep. And then a little more on that is like some random person behind Rick's like, when they come for me, Rick, I hope you'll be of more help. And then he gives the I stick my neck out for nobody line again,
Nobody.
reinforcing that his preference. And then Sam goes back to work on the piano.
Classic Sam.
Just another day.
Yep. And then carrying on Louis and Rick's great scenes together, they all have a scene with the German major together.
Yeah. Rick pretty much gets interrogated.
More or less, yes. He's like Rick is bluntly honest too. Just make it official if you like. Um,
How do you feel if we took Paris or New York
he's like,
Or
not my.
there's
London?
certain areas in New York I wouldn't recommend going into.
Yep. And I think the interrogation is more or less really, really great because they get insight to um, Rick's character, more insight to Rick's character, and also insight to the Germans are, I guess, aware of his stance or in Casablanca. And I can't remember if Louis says anything specific here.
Well, Louis backs him, saying he's truly neutral. So that the major, I think that's when
Oh yeah,
Rick
that
leaves
was
the
that was
table.
that was towards the end where Rick has to excuse himself to go back to his working on his saloon. 'Cause he's
Saloon.
running a saloon, and then yeah, you're right. Louis defends him, which good on you, Louis. Good like you for that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, my note is sorry. I figured out where my note is from. It's actually during the conversation that where Louis and oh, what is it called? Uh, because the Germans are interested to find out. They want to know if Rick has any interest in Laszlo, and he's honest about him having a sporting interest because he made a bet with Louis.
Mhm.
And then he excuses himself. So that was my last note. There we go. I was confused about that note.
You did it.
Yeah. All right. So yes. So Laszlo arrives with Isla on his arm.
Yeah, I was a little confused why he's so public and uses his name and everything, because he is in safe land, right? Air quotes. But
Yeah.
Yes.
they're
Unoccupied
obviously
front.
not above just killing people, right? That's also a thing.
Uh,
He seems like a really big thorn that they would just
the
want to pluck.
the problem, I think the main problem is that it goes both ways in that one, he's very, very powerful because of his image and his, story and all that stuff. The other problem is it goes both ways where you can, if you kill him, he becomes a martyr, and then it's just as bad. So it's actually stronger if they capture him.
To add a little more onto that point,
Yeah,
Sinister, one of the reasons that they can't immediately go for him is because they know it's an unoccupied territory and the people here are, they don't like the Germans all that much. One of the comments is like, Strasser, actually chastises Louis a couple times in the movie about, even before the whole them drowning out the song with the French national anthem. Um, they he makes a comment about, or Louis makes a comment about how he can't. Yeah, he is fine working with them, but he can't, control all of his citizens. Like,
yeah,
so, like, there's that level of they have to be careful about this because the Germans themselves are also very isolated here. This is not a occupied territory, quote unquote, because there's no army here. They're busy
yeah. So
pummeling.
if
They're
yeah,
busily pummeling the Brits in North Africa, and they're busy trying to occupy Europe,
yeah.
and
So if they kind
probably
of
preparing for their invasion of Russia too.
depending, oh, so yeah, they could create an unnecessary, political incident that,
I
yeah,
I think I would agree with you, Crimson, if they had a standing garrison here.
yep, they don't. The only Germans that are there are the ones that come with Strauss. All the rest of them are technically,
Yeah, purely officers.
mhm.
Um, so
Okay, well, even if they can't act, I feel like shoot, what was his name?
Strauss,
Laszlo.
you
Laszlo.
feel like
Okay.
he would be more
I
careful
feel
about
like
it.
he would still, yeah, not be walking around in the public. He's been on the run across Europe.
Yeah, I think I'm. I think I kind of that's another facet I think bothers me. Like I said, so
He
we
wouldn't want
covered
them to know
the
where he is.
yeah. So I we covered why the Germans don't do anything that, but I don't really have anything for Laszlo. The best I can interpret, and this is definitely this is best faith interpretation, so it's flawed and
Mhm.
obviously in that regard.
Go
I
on.
think it's because he feels personally safe here now that he's in neutral territory or specifically unoccupied European territory. So the fact that like he knows that people here will stand up for him is giving him a bit of confidence because he's been hiding in the shadows for too long and wants to be in the limelight. There could be that aspect of it, but I wholly agree that that is nowhere in the script. That is me reading into it.
Yeah. There's also, I mean, it would be publicized that he would be, I guess, if he's, yeah. I mean, it's also kind of a hard thing that if you know they're on your trail, they're gonna find you even if you
We know
know.
he's still writing, right? Like he's regularly
Yeah,
writing papers
yeah,
and stuff about
hmm
being anti-Nazi shit.
yeah, exactly. So it's I, you know, plus You go into a whole bunch of reasons. I don't think any of them would satisfy you, but
Yeah. Like I said, yeah,
yeah,
the best I can give you sportingly, here at Crimson is mostly milk toast reasons like the one I gave. So
The reason why he's here is because that's where he set up the meeting to get the visa stuff.
yeah,
yes,
But if I was in his position, I would have dictated location to not be in a public space. Because him being in the public space ended up killing somebody. Like, I guess technically two people, the guy with
yeah,
the visa and then the guy with the ring. So those were avoidable deaths if he just didn't show up in the public. They could have met in an alley or wherever he's staying.
yeah.
Um,
Like I said,
so it was
I
very
think the
avoidable.
intention. I think the intention, obviously, was for them to meet in the VIP room, with some privacy. Because even as Louis says, everyone's selling visas on Rick's property, but Rick is a neutral grifter because it's neutral ground.
yeah. It was complicated by the fact that the guy stole very, very, very secure documents,
The
which I
only
don't, which I don't
Yeah,
believe is what they were intending for him to do.
yeah. And to be fair, Laszlo might be doing that for his own safety. He probably knows the person he's meeting with is shady as fuck as well. So the
Hmm.
idea of meeting him in a publicly neutral space is probably an appealing one. Um, I don't really know where else I'd want to meet them outside of Rick's. Because Rick's is staunchly neutral. And we know that there's more shady shit at the Blue Parrot. So I, it's a very difficult one that I, you know,
I think it's one where if you were in the situation, you kind of have to accept that there's going to be risks on either side, but
yeah,
it's probably better to.
for all
We
you know,
established
since
she knows where the underground is.
But
yes,
the underground is not necessarily the
we know.
yeah.
Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say,
Well,
but the underground doesn't necessarily haven't been shown that they actually how successful they are at getting people out, and it might also be
Well, I'm
more
saying for
difficult.
like a meeting location.
Well,
it
no, but
might.
I'm saying yeah, but they don't want to be associated with
Yeah,
a guy like that.
I suppose.
Not Victor Laszlo. I mean like Peter Lorre's character because he it would be very easy for him to sell them out for a profit, and then he would be the sole proprietor of getting people out of there.
Yeah. Um. I suppose I didn't read the fact that Laszlo uh set up the meeting. I read the fact that Ugarte did. Like it was Ugarte's choice to set up the meeting in Rick's establishment.
Yeah, because they said
Uh,
we're supposed to be meeting somebody here, and they didn't really know who he was. So
yeah,
Oh,
I got
I agree that he set it up. I'm just saying that Lazo would
you. You think he would be
want
more?
to pick something else.
yeah, you're right. He's been there before. He should know where all the secret spots are.
He knows where
Like
the
I said, if I
underground.
was on the run, I wouldn't pick a public spot where I'd be seen.
Like I
Yeah, but
said,
you don't. I don't know.
I don't think Laszlo had the choice. I think Ugarte had the choice, and Ugarte,
Because
because he has the documents to sell, he's the one that chose Rick's establishment.
and also Ugarte is like, listen, Rick, I trust you to keep these safe, and so that's extra security on top of it being a public forum.
Yeah, the reason I don't think while I agree with you, Laszlo probably wouldn't just walk in. Like that's still the crux of what I
Yeah, yeah,
take
yeah.
issue with alongside you. But I don't think Laszlo had a choice in location. I do think
No.
Ugarte set the location at Rick's because he's the one selling the documents, and therefore he has the most authority to choose their location. Because Laszlo doesn't really have much of a say because he needs those documents.
Mhm.
But and if Ugarte says he was willing to sell them like in X location, being Rick's, you don't really have much of a choice because you're desperate for them. Food for
Right.
thought, hey?
Oh, I'm also just thinking the back entrance that uh, Elsa used later. Could have
um,
taken that.
Crimson, they
well,
don't they don't
not,
know they don't know the club. They have no idea.
How did she know about it?
They've never well, she
I,
found I'm just saying they've been there for
I,
that's the first day they're there. They don't
I
know
don't.
what the
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Isla just teleported teleported inside
Well, that's
later in
also
the
a
movie.
possibility, but
But if you're reading the one where she comes in after the whole Jin joints and all the worlds scene, I actually thought that was the front still. That was one of the
No,
that was
when she's in his office, he comes up there and said, "How'd you get in here?" She said she took the back entrance. Whatever.
Yeah.
So
That was
Okay.
after she'd been there for 2 days. So
I mean,
I'm just saying the first day they're there.
I would hope they canvass the place after they've been in there, but I don't know. That's I for that one, just shrug and say probably they agree with you there. The man,
With a
once
plan.
Laszlo, man with a plan. Once Laszlo and Isla arrive, Sam is who focuses in on them,
Yeah, he
and
said, "What?"
yeah, like you can see, like very quickly, like even Isla. I keep saying Isla, and I know I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Just say Isla Island and keep going with it.
Isla Island. Uh, and she also has like they both her and Sam exchange a glance as they notice each other. Um, but more importantly, I think both the
Mhm.
German and the French officers eye them as they make their way to the restaurant. Um, and obviously Laszlo and Isla are very nervous because they don't spot who they're looking for.
Mhm.
Uh, uh, they don't leave yet because they don't want to leave yet immediately either because it would cause too much attention. Um, and the man offers to sell them a ring, and it's a bit of a code, so they get to. And I like this because as soon as they start talking openly, Isla starts looking around to keep an eye out for them. And when Louis, the Chad, fucking
Chad.
the Chad police officer just starts walking up to them with a smirk, Isla breaks up their conversation because Louis is
I'm not interested in your ring set.
Not re- Oh, whatever. Well, there's always a bargain.
yeah. I like that because I like that when they start to, getting into more resistance talk,
Mhm.
partisan talk, then oh, what is it called? They talk a bit more loudly
Yeah.
when she kind of gives them the signal that the police that Louis is approaching. Um, and I'm like I literally my literal words are fuck me. I missed intelligent dialogue. Things like the Mandalorian are laughable by comparison. This is one of my notes. It's just me throwing shade at Disney. Unfortunately, a lot of the time.
Whoa.
I mean, they own
Uh,
Marvel. Can you blame me?
um, he casts a shadow on the wall before we see that he's walking up on him.
Oh yeah, that's
And
true.
uh, it's creatively cool, but it doesn't really make sense within the lighting of the place. But
Hey,
you get creative
some
points
artists
for it.
went. Yeah, some artists did a really had a really difficult time drawing that in.
Okay,
Uh,
fine. All right. Pile it on. Let's get that in.
I haven't said squat.
That was my first
Um,
time too. What are you talking?
No, it's like Springs
that's two
earlier.
now.
Yeah, two
Um,
Yeah,
now. Yeah.
yeah.
well, you didn't say the whole movie was like that.
I didn't, but it's like I did.
And I like that Louis talks to both of them politely,
Yeah,
and then
he's a good guy.
the lady asks Louis about Sam. Um, and then that's kind of clued into me. I was like, oh, she really doesn't know that Rick is here. That's
Yeah, she doesn't
uh,
know that
Sure.
Rick's place has Rick in it.
I mean,
Could be a different Rick.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I'm just playing. It's funny.
yeah, it's a little
I
bit.
wouldn't think, oh, I'm at a Rick's restaurant. Maybe the Rick I know is the
Well, and
owner.
also she
Yeah,
called him Richard.
yes.
So yeah.
Maybe he might have introduced herself to Richard, and he, like I said, as part of distancing himself from her, he might have just gone straight to Rick instead.
Rick.
Possibly. Yeah, Rick is the Rickest of Ricks. Um,
Rickety Rickety Rex, son.
and I like that Louis is the one to politely introduce Major Strasser to Laszlo.
Mhm.
Um,
Really breaking
and
the ice on that one.
And Laszlo's very composed during all this. He knows his position here.
yep. And he's also, very, very politely tells him like we're not in German occupied German. We're not in occupied territory. So,
No.
I'm
uh,
I'm safe here. No, 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 no.
yeah. Uh,
Na,
sorry,
na,
I
na, na.
yeah, the Crimson's noise just kind of played on repeat in the back of my head until it hit the funny part of my
You were
brain.
just imagining him saying that, weren't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Na,
Um,
na, na, na.
and then Laszlo kind of definitely feels the tightening noose as Louis doesn't give an official order, but politely requests their present at his office at in the morning.
Mhm.
Because it sounds
Uh,
nicer.
yes, and Louis is a polite man,
He's a polite man.
unless he's sporting with Rick, and then all bets are off because
Oh,
they have a good banter in game. Uh, and
Well, your most
this is
expensive wine or whatever drink.
on my tab. It's
yes,
amazing, isn't it? I get the bill and I rip it up.
It's convenient.
very convenient. Uh, and then there's a singer that starts with a guitar, and I don't remember if she's in sync with Sam, but she starts her own performance.
I think they're supposed to be like, yeah, he's like comping or something. Yeah,
We're almost at the halfway point of the movie, and this is a very densely packed movie.
yeah. The middle is pretty complicated.
Unforgiving in the sense of like everything. There is something that happens that's important in every scene in this film.
Every yeah, like there's a snowball effect for pretty
Yeah.
much everything.
Yes. Um.
I like how Louis is like, "Oh, I'm not a woman, but if I was, I would be into Rick."
I'm glad he had to
uh.
preface that with "I'm not a woman," but
Paraphrasing, I don't remember exactly what
no,
he
no,
said,
but
but it
yeah,
was
no,
essentially that.
yeah. I was like, if
It
I
was
was a
funny.
woman, I'd want to be on his lap or something, or some version of that. Interesting.
Pretty good. Because he picked up on Elsa a little bit here. I think just a tad. He didn't really realize it
Yeah.
He
in
didn't
its
know how
entirety,
deep it
obviously.
was. Yeah.
Yeah. Once he because Louis is smart. It's like he noticed that after she asks after Sam, he's like, oh,
Mhm.
he came with Rick from France,
Rick.
and then that you can see the change of emotion in her eyes.
Mhm.
And Louis is smart, so his eyes linger on her a little bit as he takes it in that information and files it away.
And as he says later, he understands women. So he's like, gosh, she's figured this out. She's
Yeah.
figured something out.
His understanding of women goes is a much darker route towards the latter half of this
Yeah,
movie.
I'm a little that's the
We'll
one
tell.
kind of
Someone's
one.
having visa issues. Bring her in. I'm like, oh shoot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Who do
yeah,
you
one
want
yeah.
to
We go.
save?
Okay,
gray area.
I'm happy everyone caught on to that because I'm like, wow, that's a very dark and it's very subtle in the sense that they don't show any of it happening, but we now know what Louis does,
Yeah,
or we
old
know how
old Louis.
Louis gets to sleep around.
We know how Louis finds his women,
Um,
but yeah.
and
So it's an interesting little. She,
yeah,
it's kind of she screams main character,
yeah.
doesn't
She does scream new
Main
main
character energy.
character.
she? Yeah.
Yes. But what was also important here is that Laszlo goes to continue his conversation with the ring guy while the singer is continuing to go. And Louis, once again, intelligently goes to interrupt their conversation.
Mm. He knows the
Because he
type.
knows the less information that they exchange, the better.
Yeah.
Whether he could be suspicious, he doesn't know. But Louis is a pretty smart person, so I would gather the less people Laszlo interact with that I'm not around, I should probably keep an eye on him. That sort of.
So this was another one that I had problems with.
That he
Um,
kept going after the guy.
it made it very obvious to me, like Louis and the major, and I guess anyone really in their group would know Laszlo what his objective here is. So obviously he needs to connect with people to get out. So why would he connect to someone right in front of them, giving them a lead? I don't understand that at all.
Well, my response to you is this: how do you think they found the underground later in the film?
Oh, I get it. That's why I think this is dumb. I don't know why he would do this here. which kind of piggybacks onto the
I mean,
earlier bit. But this
the
seems
other
a
thing,
bit more easier to avoid because you guys are saying the other guy set up the meat. This is all on him.
The advantage for it, or not the advantage for it, but why I don't think it's. I agree that it's a little bit careless, but I understand the reasoning behind it is because he's desperate. This is like the last
Yeah,
stop.
this is also how he gets his information that the man he is here looking for was taken and arrested hours earlier that evening, or like earlier that
Yeah,
evening. So he is desperate enough to do this, I think, because he needs that information. Because if in the world where he doesn't find Ugarte, but Ugarte is still alive and somewhere in Rick's place, someone willing to help you is an avenue to find him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's not really in a position where he can, I think, be as stealthy or as
Yeah.
careful about it as he normally would be, because this is literally like the last junction that he has to go through.
I do think the script does, because I agree that this is not something Laszlo would want to do, but I think the script does a good job of putting him in the position where he has to do it.
Yeah, because I mean,
my problem is I'm just being more creative than Laszlo. I would have walked by him and say, "Meet me in the bathroom" or "Meet me somewhere," instead of sitting down, making it blatantly obvious that this is a guy that's connected to him.
The other thing, though, is usually the best way to hide something is to put it out in the open, though. Usually, because people
like okay.
I mean,
so here's what would happen if they go to the bathroom. You get your cheap seat critics joke of cheap seat critics. You get your cheap seat detective joke. You get your chief detective joke, which is everyone goes into the bathroom to break up the meeting because they know something's wrong. So trying to keep it out in the open keeps it more civil, if that makes sense.
But like, I mean, I agree with what you said. It does have repercussions, and I think that's kind of another cool thing about this movie is that every action does have a repercussion, whether it's and
like,
you could say, you could argue that that's kind of a flaw, which I'm not going to say.
I agree, it's good to have repercussions. I just think that they're avoidable.
They're necessary. Well, yeah, but
because I mean, like the only reason in your quote unquote creative example, my issue in that sense would be, well, then because there's going to be less people watching, they have more reason to actually send in. Louis has more reason to actually send in police after them to break up the conversation. Because they're clearly going to
just a quick thing. It doesn't have to be bathroom. It's just like
what is it?
The public area.
Yeah.
Meet me outside in an hour. Something.
Yeah, that I see the timestamp thing. I would agree with more. Like that's more feasible.
My point is a pass by. That's my point, not the topic. Just
not a topic.
Say something while passing, so it's not obvious that they're connected.
I mean, the other thing, he's just, he's a famous figure in this story, so it's very, I think, no matter what, he's courting danger and he's courting authority. It's it's a very hard thing to
The difficulty then in moving this conversation, and again speaking hypothetically, of course, the difficulty then that arises in then moving this conversation outside of like him doing a pass by comment. How would you get the information of Ugarte being gone? I actually never mind. While talking about it, I figured it out. As he passes by, the resistance man would have scribbled it down on a note for him to realize, that avenue's closed. And then they don't even have to say anything. That would just be all the information you need to get.
Yeah, plenty of stuff that could be worked around, I think. That isn't too far out there to think about.
Yeah. Why weren't you born when this movie came out and you could have written this? Come on.
Well,
he was there. He was the bouncer.
He was the bouncer. He kept telling them all these ideas, and they were like, "No, that's stupid.
Laszlo,
nobody's gonna care."
Don't be an idiot. Don't sit there.
Yeah, don't sit there. And we're like, "But it's in the script." He's like, "Listen, I'm gonna do a rewrite, okay?"
This like 5 minutes ago. We need to.
It's. I mean, I might try to hamper on you because you're making good points.
But yeah, so Yeah, I agree with you there. They probably could
Honestly,
have been more. They could have been more stealthy about it. I
based
think I like the payoff of this in the sense that there is a consequence to them having an open conversation. But you're right in that it does damage Laszlo's intelligence just a bit for someone who's being a survivalist.
Yeah, he's gone
yeah,
to. They listed off a lot. Was it like 5 different places with underground locations? When he was
yeah,
trying to
Yeah,
get the names of the leaders.
mhm.
I
So
believe
you have
so.
to be smart to make it this far. And this just seemed like not smart.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, the thing that has going for it is he has, uh, he can't really afford to wait and be patient and take things, at a reasonable rate. That's all I'm saying. That's I think there's enough there for both sides of the argument to be well founded, but leave it to the audience to decide which one they want there to go with.
All right, and then Louis wants. Actually, we cut over to Isla. I think asking uh Sam to play the song to draw the man, the myth, the legend out.
You think he
Sprinks.
does it actually to call him in, or is it just a
No,
coincidence? Yeah.
oh,
Okay.
I
Cool.
absolutely
She
think he
looked
does.
surprised when he came up.
Hmm.
Does she?
Yeah, she totally
I
looked
thought she did
surprised.
it. I thought she did it on purpose. Like she knew explicitly at that point
No,
that she was going to do that to get Rick out of the.
I saw it as she's like it could be, and then he showed up and like, oh my gosh, it actually was him.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think she knew it was him. I think she
Yeah.
thought it
I
could
think
be.
yeah. I think she thought it could be, and then she asked him to play the song to see the truth of it. That's what I read it as. So okay. Sprinks, you've been quiet a while. Do you want to
I
jump in
have.
on anything?
Well, I
Yeah.
guess with this, I. Hmm, well, with what Crimson's
Anything
saying,
up to the where?
yeah, yeah. I mean, other than just Lou is very clever with his polite wordplay, he somewhat does throughout the whole film, but with Laszlo, of showing
Mhm.
like a courteous with the audience's already current intent on what he plans to do. So I think that's well acted and written. But up to here, well, Sam definitely recognizes Ilsa when she enters Rick's, but here, presume that Ilsa knows this is Sam.
Oh
Oh yeah,
yeah.
she knows this is him.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, she
just
knows. Yeah, Sam. Yeah.
Sam doesn't want to
It was
do
it was a
anything.
polite front for
Yeah,
the
I
for
think
the
Yeah.
people she was with.
Sam's hesitance on her request is simply because it would go against the wishes of Rick, which is his employer
Mhm. And friend.
and friend. Yes, and friend. But then in the
And then
flashback
he did it.
later on, shown of the history of Rick and Ursula, it has Sam present. So um, Sam himself knows the history and intention of the song.
Yes,
Mhm.
which is why he doesn't want to play it at first or sing it. Um,
I will say
and
this
then
goes to what I think is, yeah, I think without, it's not it's a good scene or shot, but the shot's nothing necessarily special. So I believe it's acting. I think this is my favorite piece portrayed of acting in this whole film of Sam playing the song, and it's just a close up of Ilsa for a while, a bit of a single shot of just seeing the emotion and thought process of memories going through her, just being portrayed through her eyes.
Yeah, I think it was a culmination of stuff. The acting that was kind of it's not an extreme close up, but it's in between. I think close up and extreme close up, pretty close to her face.
A portrait.
for a
And
yeah, I'm
it's
trying
not
to.
completely in focus if I remember correctly. Right? It's kind of semi blurred a little bit.
Well, no, they have like that effect where it's kind of less focused,
Glistening.
or yeah, like
Yeah.
I can't remember what there's a term for it, but I don't remember what it is. Like the glow effect. Yeah.
Bosnian blur.
I think I'm actually in agreement, Crimson. Sorry, Sprinks. I'm thinking about the rest of the movie. I don't really think there is a solo shot on anybody else where someone acting so like viscerally on screen, and
Well,
I'm
a
using
lot of
this.
the acting is being used through the words and writing of the script of what's being portrayed to
Yes,
get the emotion. This
I
is
think the
no
like
dialogue in
yeah,
this
this is no
situation.
dialogue. Like I think Rick has a scene when he's first introduced, but people are talking at him.
Yeah.
Whereas, uh, so Rick's also gets that scene of where you just get to see on his face and the subtleties of his expression. Whereas here, it's just you don't have anyone talking at him or him. It's just the emotions playing across the actress's face, and you're right. Good job. Good point.
Thumbs
Um,
up.
thumbs up.
I mean, thumbs
And
up
then,
to the actress.
yeah,
Ingrid Bergman.
yeah. And then the song has its intended effect, I think, of drawing Rick out. Um, they do the classic movie thing of where Rick can't see her because she's not in the camera until Sam points her out. But I was okay with that because I think he would have been more focused on Sam anyway because Sam was playing the song.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it works
the
there.
song is what drew him out of his office to
Yeah.
get to the piano. Especially for how much time do you think has gone through since Victor and Ilsa have arrived to the club to this point?
I would say less than 10 minutes, maybe 15.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say less than 10.
I mean, Rick is clearly, occupied with everything else going on. That
Yeah.
even though they're all in the club together, he doesn't notice.
There's
Elsa's
All in the club.
the in movie time it's like less than 5 minutes, but I think it's
Yeah.
less than 10 minutes in the real quote unquote time for them as a
portrayal
characters.
time. Okay.
Yeah. Because Victor had to go to the bar to have conversation with the partisan, and Crimson and I, well, we had a very big back and forth over that.
Yes.
Um, and then yeah,
Okay. I was just curious
so
on that, seeing if it's believable that Rick, after depending on the time frame, how long he went, um, and unnoticed Ilsa being present.
Yeah, I think it's totally believable.
Hmm.
mhm. And
Then we get Louis coming in, fourth wheeling it.
yeah, fourth wheeling it with Laszlo because he also returns because
Yeah.
Louis is just I think at this point decided to stay near Laszlo's for as long as he's here, realizing what Laszlo's trying to do. Um, well, but we get a few comments from Louis when Rick breaks precedent, as he says,
Yeah.
because
He
Rick
took
agrees
the
to have a
seat.
drink. Rick agrees to take a seat with them and have a drink, and he's like, Louis is like, wow, you can see the genuine surprise on Louis's face.
Presented.
Yeah.
Another
And how
president.
he took the bill as well.
Another president.
Yeah. Well, another precedent. Um, and then they get some more history we get some more Rick history with Isla to bounce off of, and we learn that he was there in Paris when the Germans marched into Paris in 1941. Oh,
Sounds right.
I'm gonna hit myself with that
Oh,
one.
yeah, you're gonna hate. Yeah.
Yeah. When did the Germans march into Paris? 1940, actually. June.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so
You're a
June.
well,
failure.
the
I'm sorry.
movie is set in 1941, so
Yeah,
You got one date wrong.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was
You're
worried.
discrediting
cut his
that.
hand off.
Like I said, hey, look,
Yeah.
I knew enough to know that I didn't feel right with what I said. um, so we knew that they were there in June 1940 when the Germans marched into Paris. And get another great Louis line. Ricky, you are becoming quite human, I suppose. I suppose we have you to thank for that. Toward Isla. And my notes are pretty much Lamau. Thank you, Louis. That's great.
Lamau.
Yeah. LMAO. And I think there's a lot done with this dinner chat.
Yeah.
Rick complimenting Laszlo's success, the French captain like watching the whole conversation curiously, and then eventually having to bring it to an end because Casablanca is under curfew, which is I think this is a nice place to actually introduce that. Does
They
anyone
also
help?
set up a meeting with Laszlo for the next day, I think.
Yeah, no, that was established earlier in the. That was I think it was just reminded to us here, like 10 o'clock.
Yeah, reminded. On their way out by
Yes.
Louis.
Um, and Rick pays the table out, and that's another precedent vanishing. Um, does anyone have any comments about this scene before we move on?
Looking over my notes.
Well
No, my notes
covered.
just have 2 quotes until the flashback.
All right, and then we have once everyone departs, Rick is left sitting by himself. And we have Sam who comes over to join him and stay with him as the bar is closed. And Sam's just being a good friend to make sure Rick doesn't drink himself into a stupor.
Yeah, good guy Sam.
Good guy, Sam.
And Sam's not much of a character in this, but he's good when he's there.
Yeah, like I said, good. Yeah, he does a good job with the minimal screen time that he has.
Agreed.
And I find it interesting that this is a very very small detail that Sam apparently had his watch set to American New York time. That's broken. The watch is broken, as he comments, but apparently that's how Rick used to keep track of time in America because Sam said it kept his watch on American time, and I found that very interesting. Like I think the idea there is that eventually Sam wants to go to America as well, possibly with Rick, but or at least that was the idea and concept for me. But I just thought it was interesting that Sam did that for his friend at some point.
Well, I kind of just imagine everyone at Casablanca wants to leave, except maybe Ferrari. I didn't really get any vibes off of him.
Yeah.
Everyone else pretty much seemed like they wanted to.
And I also like the on the nose symbolism here. They're both stuck in Casablanca, and they're both stuck in limbo here at Casablanca. And with a broken watch, time has stopped for them while they've been here. That's the
That's a
symbol.
nice detail I didn't catch.
Oh,
That's deep.
I can't tell if I'm being mocked or.
No.
A little bit of
I'm
both.
genuine. That's a detail I didn't catch that
A
I
little
think is
mocking, but I also
purposefully
think it's
put in.
Yep. And then we get the infamous line of all the gin joints and all the towns and all the world, she walks into mine.
the line that launched 1,000 alcoholics.
Oh, the line that launched thousands.
Popularity of gin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
launched the alcohol. That's what it did.
So many references in media from that.
Yeah,
All the
truly.
Starbucks and all the Starbucks.
Yeah, look, I'm sure a lot of people would call it criminal and disrespectful that for first time viewer myself here watched Cheap Detective before Casablanca.
Yeah. So, are you enjoying to see where all the references came from?
Yes. Unfortunately, I do wish it was the other way around in my history on this, but I mean, I didn't take the Cheap Detective knowledge to affect the outcome of what I saw in Casablanca.
I thought for a second I was confused by what you meant by that. I thought you meant that like I wish this movie was ripping off the Cheap Detective and
Well,
Yeah,
no,
that
it's just
doesn't
like
make any
scenes.
sense.
I'm like this movie. Cheap Detective references Casablanca, so the scenes of this more serious in tone of being shown in Casablanca, I didn't see of like, oh, I wish it was as funny as Cheap Detective kind of thing.
you know.
Well,
Well,
look,
like him in the rain looking at the letter as it gets washed away. Like, well, they made that funny in Cheap Detective, didn't they?
Yeah.
Gets washed away where you can't read it.
Yeah. look at here, Sinister. Sprinks may have some hot takes, but he's not willing to dig himself a grave. Okay.
Sure, that's true.
At
Um,
times.
I get it.
I'm the grave digger here, all right?
True. Look at him.
No, you're the Undertaker. Get it right.
Well,
bouncer.
one's a wrestler, one's a monster truck.
And I think once a time goes by, plays here, it's a good transition to the flashback. But I just want to say the emotions on Rick's face are very, very good contrast to the mask of it in most of the rest of the film. Meaning that like how emotionless he tends to portray himself and in his neutral stance. Like this right here is a very, very good contrast to that.
Yeah. And also when we get into the memory, we get this happy music. It's a happy time in his life.
Yes,
Great.
and
It's wonderful.
we're gonna transition to the into the memories. Sinister, do you want to start us off with anything that happened in the flashbacks?
It's interesting because kind of a lot of what happens in the flashbacks, I think, interestingly, doesn't really get paid off in any kind of shape or form by like specifics. It's kind of vague, much like kind of their relationship is, where they kind of meet each other in Paris, and then both they have a rule of no questions.
It's showing that they intended to just be a one night stand. I think.
Yes, and they ended up, falling in love as far as we can, assert.
Yeah. I don't have
They
the
throw that word
actual
around.
line used. I just wrote down what I heard while watching, which was when the whole world is crumbling, they were destined to fall in love.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's just kind of like a thing of in wartime, people would probably end up together that wouldn't normally end up together.
I think they interspliced actual war footage.
Yeah, I was
Probably.
curious about that. I
When
didn't
they
find.
with the Germans marching invasion of Europe during 1940, I actually legitimately think that was footage from
That would be a
time
lot
period.
cheaper.
Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
been kind of hard to get all the uniforms and everything in Burbank, California to
Yeah,
film all that.
just a bit.
But yeah, so it's interesting that
And
but
I
like
think.
yeah,
Sorry,
you
go
go.
on.
No, you
Okay.
go.
Okay, yeah, my I was gonna. It was. I'm moving on from the point, which
Yeah.
is why I was gonna let you say if you were gonna say more on the
Okay.
documentary.
Yeah. The documentary.
So
The
the footing,
flashback.
yeah.
The
Flashback.
that we spoiler alert, we never really figure out anything more of Rick's past other than kind of the running guns to wherever and his fighting on the Spanish side or whatever. But there's hints that he's a wanted man by the Germans and has kind of a checkered past, I guess, for that specific group.
It might have been interesting if we don't really know anything, but he could have actually been in one of the uh, countries that was invaded, like Poland, before
You know,
the Nazis turned to France.
possible.
Possible, but also it's important to note also that the Germans were supporting the dictatorship in the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
That they were actually supplying them, so that he could also theoretically be wanted for that still.
Yeah, it's highly likely. But yeah, so he and yeah, that never really it's never really made concrete any of that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's not a. I don't think it doesn't really make a huge impact on I guess the rest of the story so much.
Yeah. My thing that I liked here is the announcement of the French abandoning their positions. Um, at the front when the Germans broke through the Maginot Line. It was I like the portrayal of the announcement just because of how like quiet everyone was. You know how what the feeling would be knowing that the invading army was going to be essentially had won pretty much.
Yeah,
I think they capture the moment pretty well. Um, and I think it's a very, very potent, like, minor detail just to help illustrate the tumultuous time period that this is taking place during.
Mm, I
Um,
agree.
and then we get Sam in the flashbacks,
Sam, good old Sam.
singing at a restaurant in Paris, uh, with with the two of them. So with the bartenders giving out, I like the detail that the bartender is giving out champagne for free because he doesn't want the Germans to drink it.
Yeah.
Um, but does anyone have anything to say about this
Did
scene?
did we get a time frame of their whole Paris relationship?
It's at least a year or a
Really?
year or two. I don't know.
My guess would be because we know that Laszlo was in a concentration camp, and obviously that's why she didn't want to, get into a long-lasting relationship, but she assumed she was dead at some point. So my guess would be a year at most, but at least a month.
Well, with what was stated between Sinister and Ryder of the year taking place in 1941 and then the footage of 1940, it would have to be within that span then, if that's what's being
Well,
shown.
but it'd be before 39. Yeah.
Um,
He was
They were
running
together
guns in
before the
36.
march.
Yeah, he was at least 4 years before in 1940. He was fighting on the Spanish, left Civil War. So it would be, there's
yeah.
at
So
least
that.
4 years there in between.
Mhm. So, yeah, I would guess a year for their relationship. I would guess a year at most, a month at the least, because they do eventually cross the barrier. They eventually stop holding up barriers and get to know each other a little bit,
Hmm.
exchange names, that sort of thing.
Was
Yeah,
there a
'cause
follow-up to
I
that?
had no idea if it was a week or a year.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Crimson was just confused.
It's
The only thing that I knew was it was more than one day.
yeah.
Because the
I
time
They
don't.
bring up
jumps of
later
scenes.
like he counted every day. I'm like, okay, tell me how many days, how many days, and he didn't say how many days. He's like, I counted every day. Gosh darn it!
It. I think it's left purposely vague.
It's left
I
vague for
wish
sure.
it wasn't so I could, because they're like deep love. She's willing to leave her husband.
You're saying
Deep
the on
love,
screen?
and
Are
I
you
have no
saying the
frame
on
of
screen
reference
time
of
is not
how
enough?
deep it goes. Oh, screen time's fine. I just wish I knew how long they were together. If they
Yeah,
were
I think
together for a week or a month, I'm like, this is pretty fast. But if it's here, I'm like, okay, sure, I can leave that.
We're
Something,
So
once
I
again
think
getting
time
into.
matters.
yeah, something to go with Crimson there on time ways is Rick brings up the thought of marriage,
Yeah,
of getting married, and so what's been shown, unless it's a bit of a character change from this flashback to present, he's not necessarily one to be a kidder or joke, and it's a sincere question to Ilsa. And if that was within a week, I think that damages his character of being too blinded by love. But if it's within a time of year, to me personally, I still think that's a little fast, but it's far more reasonable.
it's more believable. Yeah.
We're gonna once again this is just gonna delve back into our usual disagreements when it comes to romance. So
Look, if
The
you're together with
story
someone for
is
a week and
built.
you say marriage, I think it's pretty fast.
The
I
story is
mean,
built on their relationship,
the stories
and we
can
don't know how long
justify
their
it.
relationship's been.
If it was a week, the story can do better to justify it. I don't think it was a week. Like they do, they intentionally say that when the Gestapo arrive, we know that they were there when the Germans marched into Paris. We have the Gestapo saying that, hey, our army will be here in 3 days. We know it's more than a week that they were together.
What would what time frame do you say it would make the most sense for the romance, Crimson?
I'm
At
Like
minimum.
that you would have
6 months to
accepted
a
it.
year. I think is acceptable.
Okay, that's how
Anything.
long it was then.
I
That's the point of
I,
it
I
being
think
vague.
I think it's up to
Yeah.
the film to dictate, not me. It's a core component is their relationship.
Yeah, but yeah, but you believe it though. You believe it. They didn't, because they didn't say it was a week, so there's no reason why you shouldn't believe that it's there. They're all. It's very hard to span that amount of time in like an hour and a half runtime though.
Well, I'm not
Like
saying. I'm saying we're fine with flashbacks. I'm fine with that.
yeah.
If they just established the time, like when they could have easily done it on the days thing. I remembered every 300 days we were together or whatever.
Mhm.
You really think after
Easy.
80 years since this movie has come out, that question's been answered? Or this question?
Me? I guess we
Yeah.
give this that.
No, I'm just saying the movie came out 80 years ago. You think someone would have come to the answer of how long this love flashback took place?
I don't know if there's enough for someone to compile that. So no, I don't think there's an actual answer out there.
The age-old
But I'm sure this
Casablanca
question has been asked. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Okay.
Moving on.
6 months to a year.
Moving
There we go.
on. Yeah.
Well, it would be preferable. We don't know. Moving on.
We do know because it wouldn't
We
make any sense if it was the other way. So why would they put it in there?
Put
Ridiculous.
what in there? They don't say 6 months to a
Why?
year. We
But
made that up.
they wouldn't be together for a week and then get married. That's stupid.
don't-
Especially
Yeah,
since
dude.
Elsa was already married to Laszlo. That she
Yeah.
explains later in the movie she's married during this part. She's cheating on Rick. She's cheating on Laszlo with Rick. Is what I mean.
Don't
And
forget
then
your Scott
ends up-
Pilgrim lesson. She cheated on both of them.
At once.
Well, she's married to Laszlo at this point.
Yeah.
They are married. It's not like she's deciding between the two and then marries one after the letter. So she's married this whole point.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that with the love to Rick and Rick's thought on marriage, and Rick is unaware that she's married in the flashback, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
In the flash, he has no
That was
idea.
one of her big secrets.
She just said that she fell in love with the man and he died.
Okay.
Alrighty. We get the this ought to take the sting off of being occupied.
Mhm.
And I kind of like the distant artillery fire when they're trying to comfort each other and get horribly drunk because being occupied is not a great state of mind to
The
be
cannons are going off.
in. Yeah.
And like how we can judge their distance and what kind of weaponry and stuff.
He's in the military.
Smart about it. He knows his stuff.
They're probably howitzers, if I'm being honest, but
Yeah, he's probably wrong, but
if I were to hedge a guess.
Well, yeah, he was talking about caliber or something. I didn't write it down.
Yeah, distance
either.
of octaves, I think.
Then,
And then she leaves him at the station.
Then she leaves him at the train station, and it's good to see that Sam is there to kind of pull him out of his stupor because he was going to run away too.
And this is where I wrote down in my notes that Ilsa's the bad guy.
Oh.
Bum, bum, bum. I agree, Sprinks.
Yeah, it's kind of shitty.
It
doesn't really.
it
even
got
when she,
worse.
explains
It explained. They kept scenes afterwards of Ilsa cemented it more and more to me that she was a bad guy.
She's a survivalist. I think she's a more nuanced character than that, but okay.
Yeah. It gave me a little bit, with my history, give me a little bit of, the Batman Catwoman romance situation.
I didn't get that.
You're gonna have to explain that one, Springs.
Yeah.
The little bit of fall in love of manipulation onto Rick, who then took it as, I've been stung once by you, not to do it again, even though she still has retained feelings, but has her own accord to follow. So like that.
So wait, okay. Are you referring to specifically the part where she left him at the station, or later
throughout.
other things
I mean,
in the
throughout.
film?
The throughout relationship between Rick and Elsa connected to Bruce Wayne and Selena Kyle is what I mean. It's not match for match. I'm not saying they're perfect parallels, but I am saying the overall of how Ilsa, fell in love with him and then had her own accord and
Got it.
planning
In
to do.
the
Which
same kind of way that I always compare Jinx to Harlequin, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
yes,
Um, let's see. I have to note, obviously, that the rain in the letter is looped, very obviously, but I didn't care all that much about it.
We'll never see you again.
I did notice that. Well, because doesn't the ink run down though?
yes,
Yes, the ink run downs at a looped rate.
it is noticeable, but it's for what they had. I think acceptable.
It works really well. It holds up. I just note it because it's of the time period. They were limited, so I don't really.
And
I
it's
don't
better than a still frame
Yeah. Yeah.
because this still
Uh,
shows rain and shows the how much time Rick took into reading it at his pace.
Yeah. And obviously, because and obviously the letter would be fucking bending and due to the rain and stuff like that. But it's one of those things.
The way I thought they did it, because I thought the hands were fake and the paper wasn't paper.
The hands were fake.
There was no movement in his fingers, and
that's because back in the day,
this was just all fake there.
Back in the day, Crimson, you had to learn to be really, really still as an actor on screen.
I knew that. Gosh, I don't know. Maybe Sinister, you can help me. When was the show Bewitched filmed?
That was in the late 50s, early 60s, I think.
Okay, that was before I Dream of Jeannie.
It might have been around the same.
Because I thought Bewitched was black and white, and I Dream of Jeannie was a color.
Yes. No, that was probably mid 60s.
Yeah. What I'm getting at this is there's a lot of scenes where something magically appears, and how they did it was they had to freeze frame all the actors to stand still and not breathe, to then put in whatever prop they were using, to then cut back to recording or back to live.
Mm-hmm.
So, and just something that could have been implemented here. I think actually having props of fake hands, that's not what I took away from it, because they do look pretty good, I guess, if they are 1942 prop hands.
I mean, they don't move, and the camera they would have had to have worked with, the way you'd have to hold it for the camera to be there would have been kind of awkward to hold the paper still. Like
there was some movie I remember. It was an older one where the guy had to, because they had to get a shot of his watch, but they used an effect on it, and so he couldn't move it. So he had to hold a thing, and then they brushed that out so that his arm wouldn't move, like even a bit. Something, I don't know.
Ryder, I'm going to presume you didn't have a fact over this question we're having.
Probably not.
It was in the production. Humphrey Bogart actually had to have his hand cut off and reattached later on to.
I mean, they can resin model it, but I don't know if they'd go through the effort.
You know what? That question has never been asked when anybody's gone over this movie.
80 years.
In 80 years, nobody has ever asked that question.
Welcome to Cheap Seat Critics.
Yes. We're asking the questions those other reviewers won't dare to ask.
Are those fake hands? Find out. Never.
Find out never. Because everybody who worked on this movie is dead.
Yeah, listen to us speculate.
Yeah.
We just give thought-provoking questions.
It's not thought-provoking.
It's a little. It's
we're
pretty
thinking
nice.
about it, aren't we?
Yeah. Are they prop hands? Are they real hands? Was it still? How's the camera put? Was the rain looped? Was it even rain? Was it staged? Who knows?
Was someone sneezing on paper?
The rain was definitely staged.
Crimson, it was Crimson. No way, it was people sneezing over and over.
Was it an angry stagehand just pissing over the railing? I don't know.
It's black and white. We don't. Could be.
Yellow rain, baby. Okay.
Derailed there.
Can you imagine having a conversation like that? Do you know in Casablanca the scene where he's holding a letter and he gets a golden shower?
No. Oh, no.
Oh man, I love you guys. All right, so once the flashback comes to an end, with Isla walking through the front door of the bar, or
let the manipulation begin.
Sashaying through the
and Sam immediately fucking runs away
Disappears.
screaming.
Yeah, disappears.
Just
Yeah.
leaves because I'm like, yeah, I get that. Wouldn't want to be here too. Um, and I like that the entire conversation is Isla trying to more or less apologize without apologizing, and Rick is just having none
Is
of it.
this is the scene where she's telling the story?
Tries to,
This one,
yes.
yeah, no,
Yes, of
so
the
stupid.
story,
No, she
which is a
tries
bad way to.
to.
Yeah.
Rick shuts her down though, because Rick is too drunk to give a shit right now.
Yeah, but her
It's a
story isn't an apology. It's a
she's just
lame
saying,
way
this
of
is a
explaining
story.
a fictional way of this is
Listen,
what occurred to me.
I
She
was
took it
in the
very
right to
good
leave you.
poorly.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's expanded on later.
Yeah, no, yeah, but
Yeah,
it's a shitty way to begin an apology. Be like,
yeah,
I want to tell
yeah.
you a story.
She wants to tell him a story, and obviously the story. Rick was the star of this particular story. I think
Yeah.
she was telling the story about between her and Rick before getting into the Laszlo stuff, just to let her know that she did care about him.
I see it more
But
of
obviously, she
explaining
didn't lead it
her.
with.
Yeah.
But she didn't lead it with an apology. That's why I said this is an apology without. She's attempting to apologize without apologizing.
Oh,
Is what I think
I
it
didn't
is.
see that. I saw more of her just trying to explain to reason with Rick her actions for what she did, than to
What you done
apologize
did.
for her actions. I don't think
Yes,
she
Yeah, I don't
had
she
think
was.
she
any.
But
felt
no, no.
remorse
Her
for it or anything.
no. She her attempt here is to at least how I guess we're on different sides of the fence for this one. She wants to eventually lead into that, but she wants to soften him up with their story first to kind of let her know that she actually does feel bad for what she did.
Yeah, I don't think she's being malicious,
Like
but it is just a bad way to. I
she's
think.
not being intentionally malicious in this scene.
Yes.
With Rick, who is being intentionally
Oh
malicious.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
well
well, like I said,
soused.
I like both of them in this scene to be clear because I think both of them are kind of correct in their point of view in what they're trying to do. They both, at least, they're not out of character for me.
Mhm.
So I like the both of them in this scene. Um, but yeah, I guess that's where I stand.
It just seemed
Um,
throughout that Ilsa's always asking for understanding rather than forgiveness.
uh, yeah, I'm perfectly fine for her capable of doing that. I
She said,
mean,
yeah, she keeps repeating like, please, like, listen, please, 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 rather than I'm
Please.
sorry, forgive
yeah,
me,
yeah.
which I guess shows strength in her character that she's not.
I mean,
It's both. They could both be scenes of begging, but
it helped foments the ending even more with the fact that she's not apologizing. Because the whole thing at the end is that Rick kind of cuts through the bullshit when his last talk with Laszlo that yeah, they were just pretending because she still is in love with you. Like when they were back in his office
yeah.
or whatever.
yeah,
So I think that her not apologizing lends more credence to the fact of that yeah, she was once she realized Rick was their way to get out and had the letters, that was a performance to a degree for on her part. Because if she didn't care, she would have fucking shot him. I don't,
oh, much.
I don't.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I think it's just the, and I'm not going. I think it's a good way to have the scene because you do get these kind of. It's a good way because they were
It's also
kind of, because in the previous scenes they were being forcibly cordial because they didn't want to make any kind of scene and they didn't want to let on anybody that they had a very long
yeah.
history.
And right now, Rick has drunk enough to not be wearing his mask,
Yeah.
and Isla doesn't have to keep a mask on because Laszlo and Louis is around.
Yeah. So I think it's a well executed scene. It's a well
All right.
executed bit of dialogue.
Shall we continue, or do you want to comment on the lighting in the scene, Springs?
um, I couldn't. I'm going to guess being a set of Rick's that it's artificial lighting and not natural. But I do like the shadowing that's still showing that. Um, I don't know if it's necessarily where they're placed in the set, that shadows of signage or things around reflect onto them, but it gives them enough light that they're both identifiable and shown, while everything else around them is dark.
Mhm.
So I don't know how
Um,
much choreography went into that of where they needed to stand for delivering their lines or not.
That's fair. And then we cut to the prefect officer, Louis, looking for the letters of transit in his office, and with Major Strasser.
I got one more thing before that.
Go on.
When Ilsa was doing the story of a girl who went to Paris, met this man, that whole angle she took with him, there was like happy music. I don't know if it's the same music that was playing in the flashback. Might kind of similar, but I don't know. I didn't double check. But it's whimsical, happy music. And then it cuts to him. He's in the shadows, and then the music is like dark, gritty music. He's like, yeah, I've heard of stories too. I'm like, oh wow, hey. Playing with everything in this little bit here, lighting, music, everything.
That they do.
Good to move on now.
So yeah, then we got to Louis and Major Strasser. I think this is the next morning, actually, because Isla storms out when Rick is being. Well, he's being a dick, but she kind of deserves it right now. So
Well, I think it's better that he's being a dick in the situation.
Yeah,
so
it would be
it.
Yeah, so he is drunk, and it makes sense. So Isla leaves, and then we cut to the morning with Louis and Major Strasser in his office. And they exchange opinions over Rick, and I really like the line of my impression was just he was just another blundering American, and Louis responds, we mustn't underestimate an American blundering. I was with them when we went blundering into Berlin in 1918, and I just went, shots fired. The idea that Louis was with the Americans, or at least had saw them blundering into Berlin in 1918 after the end of World War One.
Mm-hmm.
It was quite funny. I enjoyed that.
And Laszlo. Well, we see the lady and her fiance, husband, whatever, I don't remember, in the lobby trying to get a visa.
Oh, it's true.
And then Laszlo and Elsa go up for their 10 o'clock meeting.
And I kind of like that when they sit down, the German officer doesn't mince words.
Yeah.
Like he just he just tells them to this straight that they're wanted, and I like that. I love the dialogue in the scene because Lazo more or less bitch slaps Major Strasser with knowing about the underground movement in Berlin, like as a comment that the Third Reich is not as stable as it claims to be, because there was an underground movement in Berlin. So
the deal, I mean, pretty decent deal if you were a coward.
It's true,
but coward is not what Laszlo is.
He definitely. My It's funny you say that. My notes explicitly say, I do like a rebel with spine.
Yeah, certainly got that.
I would, however, contend, and this is actually one of my notes, that I don't think it's like. Obviously, it's not for the sake of the movie. I don't think it's likely anyone knew all the partisan leaders, like any one person. Partisans tend towards distrust, just as in revolutions. Cut off strings as a whim when needed. That sort of thing. Still a cool concept. Still a cool concept that Laszlo knows all the partisan leaders. So that's a big thing. But because of how much I apply history and military tactics and that sort of thing to my writing, it's unlikely that he actually would know all the partisan leaders. It's pretty much my little note with that of him knowing that, if he was a real person.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Ugardi is dead. We find out. Uh, the we in the French in Louis comments, we haven't quite decided whether he died from committing suicide or from trying to escape. And I'm like, that's fucking cold, and I like it.
Yep.
Do you have any comments on this scene, Sprink, so far?
No.
Okay.
I think you covered it pretty well.
All right. I think my one minor issue with this scene is that Louis doesn't even wait for the door to close to talk before he starts talking about them going to the black market for their next steps to stress her. Like, it's definitely done to save film, but I mean, like, an extra second of silence would have made it much better because the door was still closed, like, was still open when he makes this comment to Major Strasser about Laszlo's next steps as Laszlo and Isla leave.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
This is another minor thing. And then
the lady's got a visa problem comes up.
yes, another visa problems come up, and he says, and Louis with a smile says, "Oh, show her in," and he immediately starts looking in a mirror. This is a very, very dark aspect of Louis' character that I really liked that was subtly included.
Because the guy's like, someone. He didn't say a lady or anything. He just said someone needs help with a visa, and he said let her in. So it's obviously something that goes on regularly.
Yep. And this is going to kind of lead into the fact that we learn it's pretty much more or less confirmed in a scene later on when Louis has a chat with Rick. But this is set up for later on of what Louis gets up to and how he sleeps around the side.
Gets his business done.
Untruthfully, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Well,
sister, do you have any? Yeah, sister, did you have any comments about the Laszlo, Isla, Louis, and Major Strasser scene at the police station?
It definitely. I mean, it had that air of, like, this is all just like for appearances. We're actually, like, hate you, or we're gonna get you, or kind of not so much from Louis, but from Strauss, and that they were kind of just sort of, it was more about showing their muscle or flexing their muscle of saying, like, oh, you made it this far, and good on you, but we got you now, so may as well just give up and make it easy.
And I like that Louis is intentionally vague whenever Strasser looks at him like for support.
Yeah. Like, well, we don't have any charges on you right now, but
Yeah, it's like he's intentionally like dodging both like supporting Laszlo will also directly his words are supportive of Major Strasser in a way that doesn't get him in trouble, but he also gets away with not doing anything. It's one of those things where I just really love Louis' dialogue. And then we go over to the blue parrots to see Ferrari, and I like it that both Ferrari and Rick bundle their shipments together. Because it would just be cheaper to do that in this era where you bundle like your liquor shipments and things like that.
Yeah.
Especially if I'm assuming they're getting their liquor from America at this time. So I can't really confirm that, obviously, because liquor comes from everywhere. But I assume like most shipments they get would be coming from America.
It's such an interesting relationship that the two have, where Ferrari's just blatantly saying, "Yeah, I'm ripping you off."
Yeah, well, yeah, because
we're working together though.
Carrying charges, my boy.
Carrying charges. And that's what it would be like between two people who are kind of in a similar business. They would, would be, yeah, I listen, I'm ripping you off, but there's nothing really that can be done about it. So, let's just not even worry about it.
I'm a scumbag. Let's not talk about the formalities here. Let's just keep business going.
Very, very polite scumbags. We're even the gentlemen were scumbags, but it's kind of nice harken back to the 1920s.
1920s, when everybody drank Long Island iced teas and loved something. I don't know.
Love Tommy guns and
Of
fedoras.
Tommy guns and Eleanor Roosevelt.
Um, and then I think it's Ferrari says that I'm sorry about Ungarte, and Rick is just super blunt and goes, "You're a fat hypocrite. You don't feel any sorrier for Ungarte than I do." Just like, man, they don't mince words with each other. I think
No,
that's
why would they?
it's one of part of Rick's charms. He doesn't mince words with anybody. And even right after he makes the comment, Ferrari just smiles and says, "Of course not." um, and I kind of figured, and I like that Rick is over here to kill time with Ferrari because he's giving the police to search his
Mm-hmm.
establishment.
Yeah.
He's been through this once or twice.
Yeah. And then Ferrari kind of opens up about him wanting to do the transaction for the letters. And does anyone have anything about this scene before we move to him leaving the Ferrari behind?
No, I didn't
Never to be seen
write much for
again.
this scene.
You're not a big fan of the Ferrari scenes.
Oh, this is
not a
pretty
car
surface
guy.
level stuff.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that. Rick
For when it was
runs-
Ford versus Ferrari, he was all for it. Let me just tell you that. Yeah.
I like that Rick runs into Laszlo as he leaves, and then he just like directs him to Ferrari, and then because he knows exactly why he's there.
He's like, "What? Why did you know?"
I love the look on Laszlo's face. He just like looks confused for a minute, looks after him, looks inside, and then goes inside because he is here to meet Ferrari.
You're there to meet Ferrari. I'm here to meet your wife.
Let's see. And then Isla and Laszlo. Hold on.
Rick. Elsa and Rick.
There's too many characters in this movie.
Oh, it really is. Rick and Isla banter for a bit, and we kind of find out that at least I found out here for sure that that her dead husband was Laszlo.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like their back and forth here. It's
good.
very
She's
now
reserved.
now she's reserved. Kind of now that they both have a bit of a cold front up, but they're still being a little more cordial because Rick is being more cordial because he's not drunk anymore.
I mean, he really had to convince her to open up. She wasn't having it. Yep. Which it kind of harkens to, I think, how Sprinks and I feel about her a little bit, where I still see her in the wrong, even if justified. She did Rick wrong. And she's in this scene, it felt like she was holding high ground over the situation when she really shouldn't.
I mean, yes, it can be seen as kind enough that she left Rick a letter, but even the wording of letter comes across as cold.
I still see them on neutral ground, to be honest. And the reason for that is because like last night it was very clearly Rick on the attack. And here it's more neutral, so I view this more as neutral ground. And like, yeah, she would be closed off after an experience like that. So for me, I don't really necessarily see her in the wrong. I just see her as in character. So I just shrug. I don't have any moral judgments to make for this one.
Well, you can be in the wrong and in character, right?
Yeah, but like I said, I don't feel any moral judgments to be made in this scene because they both feel very strongly in their perspective, and I don't think one is worse off than the other right now.
I didn't think it was egregious here. It's just something I saw.
Yeah, I do, like I said, when we get to the later scene with her being very manipulative with Rick, that's kind of where I don't necessarily see her in the wrong, but I kind of understand why you guys, in that scene in particular, is why I understand why you guys walked away with this particular feeling. But right here, for me, it's just more, it's neutral. For sure, for now, both sides are justified.
I did like the salesman or whatever trying to sell the sheet or curtain or whatever it was.
Yeah, you could tell it was really hard to sell that sheet. I mean,
700 francs.
Oh, the
Eight
small
800 francs because you
small
know Rick.
discount. Small
Yeah.
discount removes 500.
Yeah.
Well, it happened twice. It went down to 400, then 200.
and then 100, and then he just like walked away and just left.
Did
You
he
can just
though?
take the whole
Tried.
thing. Yeah.
I thought it was
It went
700,
from
200.
700 to 2 to
then 1.
Yeah.
Maybe. I know it changed. I remember it changing twice. So you could be right.
Yeah, I wrote it
He
down.
said small
One of
discount,
the few things.
500 francs off, and then because of friend of Rick's, it was 100 off, or
I don't.
the
Friend
second
of Rick was
discount.
the first discount. Second discount was just a discount. Something. Doesn't matter. Funny
Okay,
joke. I
well.
liked it.
It was
Funny joke. I
fun-
liked it. I'm
Yeah.
laughing right now. Go on.
And then Ferrari is talking to them about selling them visas. Both Laszlo and
I have no visas.
yeah.
I have only
and
MasterCard.
Laszlo. Do we have anything to say about this scene or the previous
I think I mentioned something earlier where I was like, this was kind of a weird moment for the Ferrari character because he's kind of been shown to be sort of unscrupulous for most of the movie, and he's actually kind of helpful in this scene, which doesn't feel super authentic. I don't mind it so much, but it doesn't feel like it would be in line with the character that we've kind of been shown glimpses of beforehand.
Yeah,
I agree.
tend to agree. I think they did it purposely for the theme, even though it breaks the character.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I tend to agree. It's a little bit out of character.
Laszlo, what a champ. He's like the perfect husband in this, you know?
Listen, I know you fucked that saloon owner, but it's okay.
You know, if I was a girl and I saw Laszlo,
I would want to be Laszlo.
Yeah, I mean, Laszlo does come away with a rather utilitarian perspective. Like, yeah, I was dead for all intents and purposes. How could you possibly know?
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely, I think, more level-headed than I think most people would be.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it lends to how he was able to stay alive for so long. But we've covered a few of his mistakes.
Yeah. He's not without fault.
And then I think, Ferrari tells them that Rick is the one holding on to the letters. Or because at least he suspects that Rick is the one holding on to them.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I think Rick has what you need.
Yeah,
the
that's
writers
lazy
don't
writing.
even know how to explain why he's telling
that is what we call.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's either that obviously is in them being lazy, but I also think that it's the theme breaking the character because I think they intended something thematic with Ferrari, but I don't think it lands well because it's out of character. But it does move the plot along, which I suppose is the goal accomplished with the tool.
Yeah, can't really ask for too much there.
And we start out with a man pickpocketing in Rick's saloon.
The same man from earlier did the exact same trick.
Yeah.
There's vultures around every corner.
Yep.
I like how Carl checks his pockets when he just gets
Just
bumped.
immediately. Because,
He knows where
Carl's
he
been
is.
working there. Yeah, he knows where he works for a living. And the Germans arrive at the bar and they go off drinking in the VIP room or going off to a back room to drink together.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, this whole building looks the same to me. So.
And Carl comments
Morocco.
that Rick is getting to be his best customer because he's drinking a lot. And Louis joins him, and we have another wonderful Louis and Rick conversation. Rick comments about how the Frenchmen really broke up the place, and they barely had time to get everything back in order to open back up. And Louis is like, well, I told Strasser that he wouldn't find those letters, and I told my men to be destructive. You know how that impresses the Germans.
Yeah.
And
Then he asked Rick flat, "Do you have the papers?" I found that a little interesting.
yeah,
Well, because they've
uh,
been. I mean, because he
yeah,
knows.
like
They've been playing like cat and mouse or whatever
I
about
think
it.
at this
But
point, Louis knows he does have them. He's
yeah,
just curious now if Rick would be open about it. Uh, because with the whole comment of like, yeah, I told the Germans that they wouldn't find anything, and we wouldn't find anything, because he's savvy enough to know that Rick is better at hiding stuff than they are at finding it. Um,
We smashed everything, but we didn't look at the piano.
uh, I don't know if they destroyed everything, but I know they were destructive to a degree.
I don't know,
Uh,
it's minor, but I do feel like the piano would be kind of an easy place to find if you're looking for something.
yeah, it is
It's kind of
minor.
like checking a drawer, popping the top of a piano. It's not difficult.
Yeah.
that's
It might
different.
be that like maybe it could have been something if Sam was there, preparing for the night or preparing to open up, and he slid the piano out of their way, and just kind of watched them search that sort of thing.
That'd be
But
interesting to
that,
see.
again, that would be interesting to see. Um, Me writing for them, that is not going to factor into my objective review.
Tune in next time where we show you the crimson cut of Casablanca with all the scenes you wanted to see.
With all the scenes that have him bouncing
Yeah,
for Rick.
yeah.
With all the fake hands you'd ever want.
all the fake hands, the exact dates and time, down to the millisecond.
Um, and then they have then I think they both watch Yvonne, Rick's ex, kind of walk the door on the arm of a German.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh.
And
Yeah, you better not be so
I think
carefree of throwing a woman
is there
away.
a direct comment about like how does someone say like, oh, it's living under occupied times makes something of people or something like that?
I don't know. I don't see. I think you brought that up earlier, and I was trying to remember because I don't think they say anything about it really. It's just kind of
Yeah,
like a glance, and
I think
yeah,
that should might be my notes. I just was
yeah,
curious if someone actually said something about it. So,
yeah.
um, and they he he's like Louis makes a joke about speaking of having to like uh what is it called? Not butter somebody up, but he says something a little to the effect of gonna go make myself look good in front of Strasser. So he's gonna go off to talk to Strasser. Um, And continuing Yvonne's story from earlier, we got a French soldier who accuses her of betting with the enemy in French, and she's insulted and says something back in French, and the Nazi picks up the subtext of the conversation, knowing that it's very bitter because he clearly doesn't speak French, but he knows that they said something about him because it's a French soldier.
Hmm.
Um, and they are about to get to blows before Rick pushes them apart.
I
Uh,
don't want any fighting in here.
Either cut the politics or get out. Rick hates
Either
disturbances.
cut the politics or get out of here.
Um, and
Brinks.
yeah, you got
Been
anything
kind
to
of
say?
quiet.
Yeah.
Anything since earlier?
Nope.
All right. Um,
I don't have anything
and
till the roulette table.
all
The
right.
roulette table, but that's 50 scenes away.
I know. I was so engrossed in the movie, I forgot to take notes.
I was, you know how I feel about roulette tables? My obsession.
Because they get me dizzy.
Yeah.
Dizzy.
I and then Louis is very honest with Strasser. He'll be loyal to the victor. And this is I think where Strasser comments is like, see, and you claiming everything is under control here. And is like, I can't do anything to control the opinions of my citizens. And he's like, he can do nothing about the feelings of his people. And I like the question if he dodges about where his loyalties would lie if the wind changes. And I'm like,
I found that very gutsy on him, just to kind of say he goes with the victor type deal.
yeah. And yeah, he says goes with the victor, and then when because right now the victors are the Germans, so it's feigning loyalty. And then he dodges the question when he asks when Strasser specifically asks if the winds would change. You know, um,
Well, you guys wouldn't let it change, would you?
yeah, pretty much. And like he's a very skilled conversationalist, enough for the Germans to drop the conversation. It's very very again. Louis is just my favorite character in this movie. Um, and Strasser is worried about Laszlo connecting with partisans. Uh, and it reminds me, this specifically reminded me of the big sign at the beginning about them, about the propaganda of the French general that surrendered, about them, encouraging the French people to cooperate and not be a partisan. Um, it's a
Yeah.
nice little callback.
Worried that Laszlo will kind of just become a leader
Yeah.
overall now. Over, I guess Africa, he gave an example of, because the I forgot what his analogy was, but it's like a network going through Africa that would listen to him or something.
Mhm. And I think we're gonna get to one of my favorite scenes with Carl, who sits down with two Germans who are trying to get to America, like they're escaping to America. Um, and I really love this because this actually acknowledges the fact that yeah, there were Germans who saw the writing on the wall and tried to get away too from the Nazis. Um,
It's a fact. Look it up in the books.
and I like the fact that how cordial that Carl is with them, and they're drinking to celebration because they're leaving soon. They got their tickets. Um,
Yeah, I get the presence of it in the film. It kind of just feels like fluff because it doesn't have really any correlation to anything,
it doesn't have any.
character or plot.
Fluff.
It's fluff for Carl because Carl's becoming going to be a little bit more relevant here soon enough. So I kind of like that they have this before he's suddenly super important. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean
I
he's
think if
also
there's,
been around.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
I
done
think
he's done
if
a lot of background things, but it's nice to see him get a scene and at least give us a little more nuance on the war.
yeah,
But I agree that it is if a scene were to be cut, this probably would get cut.
I think it's a thing of probably the closest thing with a minus a few maybe consistencies here and there. I think the main problem this movie has overall is there's just I think too many good characters and some of them just don't get the screen time because it would just be like a 3 hour long movie. I think and I
I
think
would see a 3 hour cut of this movie if it
I mean
existed.
I would too. I'm just I don't yeah that was it was kind of a time where that was probably not really a option, but yeah whatever. So I think some of the stuff, some of the stuff is fluff just because I think they were trying to do something a bit more with the character and they realized that they had to just do like the bare minimum to kind of get the same
Hmm.
image across, which, fine. But yeah, it does kind of end like I think this could be on the cutting room floor and not in the cut, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Um, and then we have Louis directing a girl to speak to Rick, the girl that he's definitely sleeping with.
No, they haven't slept yet.
Or plan to, yeah.
Planning to, yeah. Though from how she talks, it almost sounds like they have, but kind of get to the
Oh,
point they have now. But
I thought this was the people who came in earlier, like
yes,
into his office.
it is, yes, but,
I'm
I'm
pretty
guessing that the
sure he made the deal with her. Like, if you
Ah,
want a visa, do me.
but yeah, but seeing as she didn't wanna do it and then him not follow through was asking Rick if he was honest or trustable.
yeah. And the fact that Rick says that Louis always been honest is kind of a testament to how what Rick thinks of Louis. Like
Hmm,
Rick knows that like him, Louis wearing a mask. Um, they both do what they can, more or less.
Mhm.
Um,
Her little hypothetical where it parallels her and Elsa, I think, was a little on the strong side.
A
Curious what
little
you
on the
guys thought on it.
I think it was executed well enough, but it was obviously very clear what they were doing. So I just kind of like it's on the strong side, but I do think it's executed well enough to I give it a pass, more or less.
Okay.
Uh,
What would you
assuming
think,
that was a
Spriggs?
question to everyone. Yeah,
Yeah,
Briggs.
Sorry. Um, I have missed the question.
the parallel between the girl and Elsa when bringing
Oh,
up wrongdoing and stuff. How do you feel on it?
um, I
I
don't.
thought it was a little strong, but all right. Writer seems to agree. But
Um, yeah, I, I feel this is something of the movie that lowers my objective of this dynamic of this girl. I don't remember her name. This girl in trouble about the visa and her husband who's trying to
Yes.
win
Yeah.
enough money to get them out. I think this is put in to force into show Rick's change, becoming less neutral, being that Ilsa's back in the picture of his life in some regard. And because of that, how he goes about helping or, not sticking his neck out for others. And I believe it's because of Elsa that he helps her and not because of Lou's intention of asking, um, but more so of the change on Rick, which is fine to show the change and the influence that Ilsa has upon Rick, but I think it's too forcefully shown with this character and the scene that takes place because of it. But the connection between her and Ilsa, I don't fully see as like comparing the two. I see it more of Rick's change of situations that occur.
Hmm, fair enough. I read it more as like the reason I felt the scene was strongly leaning into the parallels is because that's how Rick saw it. That's what Rick was hearing. He was just hearing the parallels.
Yeah. I could kind of get behind that.
Um, yeah, I still agree with Crimson. It's definitely on the stronger side, but it is passable.
and she got married
Um,
in 8 weeks.
Now, I guess it focuses far more on her than anything to do with her husband, which would be in this case a character that could either be seen through Rick of either A himself or of Laszlo, depending on his current feelings of the situation.
mhm.
But since he did help out, I guess it's more on his past remembrance of himself with Isla, Ilsa. Sorry, um, to help them out. So I guess he sees more of himself in it.
Yeah. Um, and I do like the way that he bends the table more or less to get her husband to win, and then he
Cheaper.
immediately kicks them out,
Yeah.
which is very. I think Rick would help them, but obviously he
He's
obviously
trying to
would
save
immediately kick
face.
them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to save face and make it look like it's not what it is.
I don't think he does that. I don't think he does really much. I don't really think he does anything to hide it because it's definitely his workers know.
Well,
You can see
his
Carl
work.
cheering in the background.
But he could have just handed them the money. Like it has to look like it's I mean,
Like
and they
like
know.
he won it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely. I definitely appreciate the fact that they used the roulette table as a means of him giving them the money.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah.
I
Okay.
It brings up to me how it was done
Okay.
because roulette balls aren't magnetic, so it wasn't a magnetic pull to 22. Unless,
Oh, okay.
unless it's you, I'm curious how Rick was able to manufacture the quote unquote cheat in order for him to win
Okay.
twice.
I
Okay.
just know
So,
every game is cheatable. I don't know how he did it. I just
so,
know he can do
so
it.
there's a reason I don't play in casinos. So, aside from obviously eye contact specifically with the person running the game, and the exchange of glances that they make at one another for Rick to kind of imply to the person who's running the game that this is going on. What he did was sleight of hand. That's how I interpreted him being able to pull it off.
Sleight of hand to put it's probably got a name, but the marble into the slot.
Yes.
When
That's
we see it spin into the slot.
yeah.
No, what I mean is that because there's a quick scene, and I don't remember if I'm remembering this right. Or this is how I interpreted it, so bear this in mind. Um, it You can see a quick movement of him as the ball is falling from the spiral. He picks it up before it hits the table and drops another one. You don't see him drop the other one, but you see the arm reaching out as it's falling out of the table, out of the spinner.
Okay. Hmm. I
So
Yeah, I
it's
don't know.
I think I
it's
would have found it
implied
more
to me that it's sleight
believable.
of hand.
It would have been more
That's
believable if this was a card game. If he was doing
I would have
It,
blackjack or something, and the dealer.
I would have preferred it being a card game too. Admittedly,
A
that would
card
have
would
been
make more
better.
sense with cheating to get the said person to win than with this roulette.
Yes.
Especially since you said how fast it was and could
Yeah,
not
you can.
be used.
It's barely noticeable. I do also think it's inhuman for him to have been able to do that in a way that wouldn't be perceived by everybody at the table.
Yeah, because my first thought
So
going to it was magnet. Was that 22 had a magnet pull and could pull the marble into it, but it's the fact that it's never shown as to how the roulette table was able to pull off the cheat that made it
yeah,
harder for me
it would have been.
to
It would
accept.
okay. So the only thing that I would have changed is him if we were shown the game runner switching out the marbles. That would have been more than enough for me.
Okay.
But like I said, it is implied that it's sleight of hand, and in this case, I don't think that's enough for it to go over the heads of everyone else at the table.
No.
So I'm in agreement with you.
Especially
I would have
for
preferred a
being on a
card game.
specific number twice.
Yeah, which is why I think, as I said, I also like you. I think I would have preferred it was a card game. It would have been a little bit less flashy, but we also wouldn't have even needed to see the cheating.
No, I think it would have been more believable.
Yeah, so I agree with you there. Um, uh, I like the surprise on Louis' face as he's watching. He realizes what's happened, and Carl is just super excited. And I wrote in my notes that the old man's just happy to see Rick help people. And Rick tells him to cash it in, don't come back.
Alright,
But
I was
do we have
looking up
any
how
more?
you could cheat at roulette tables. Um, there's several ways. There's the magnet route. There is apparently a sleight of hand route. And then there's tampering with the actual wheel itself, where it's kind of slanted, and the walls of each of the numbers is a different thickness leading up to the desired number, so it rolls easier to it. There's methods.
Okay.
That's cool.
It's fine. It's
Um,
fine that there's methods. It's just it would have been cool to
yeah,
see a reason if one of those methods was in the film.
yeah. Like I said, the only one I read was sleight of hand because that's the only thing I could interpret from the scene. But I wouldn't be surprised if you know they could have done any number of things. We just don't know. Like we as an audience are kind of left out
Yeah.
of the loop. And the only reason I think it's sleight of hand is because of his movement towards the ball as it's dropping. Um, and then
Okay.
I'm staying out of this whole conversation because I don't really know anything about it.
yeah,
I think we're done now
Okay.
with it.
Yeah.
yeah. We just kind of elaborated in everyone's perspectives. So,
Oh,
uh, and then the Rick goes to the man at the head table after he tells him to leave. He's like, "How are we doing tonight?" And the guy's like, well, a couple thousand less than I thought there would be. And there's a smirk on that reaches Rick's face. And I'm like, you don't really see Rick smile much in the movie, but like the smirk
No,
here is
yeah.
like a genuine smile almost.
Pretty
And
much
I
most
think
of it's in the flashback scene, yeah.
yeah,
I
so
did
like
good
this
today. Smile.
yes. Yeah, so like, I actually appreciate that. I appreciate when characters like, there's a difference between when actors are good enough to like feign smiles, that when a genuine smile comes on the screen, you can tell the difference, you know?
Mhm.
And I
And
think it's because of Ilsa that he did that.
um
Or
yeah,
Probably.
domino affected to get here.
I think it domino affected. I'm not gonna say it was 100% Ilsa, but I will definitely say Ilsa definitely kickstarted something.
Yes. His stoic, neutral look beforehand would have
Yeah.
Eric.
stayed in
He's getting
place.
corrupted by Paris.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
becoming less neutral.
As Louis puts it, you're becoming quite human, Ricky.
Ricky the
I,
Rat.
I do love that Louis knew that it was
Yeah.
cheated.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course,
no.
Louis
Called him
knew.
out on it and didn't really punish him for it. I get the next girl, all right.
Yeah, he's like, not here. It's very strange that you won. Well, maybe not so strange. um, and then I like that Carl, the happy old man, is just going around and telling all the the other employees of the establishment.
Rick did good. Rick did good.
Yeah. And then the bartender kisses Rick on his cheeks, and Rick smiles but shoos him away. I thought it was also kind of amusing. Um, it's kind of it feels like a bit of a payoff, um, in a way, uh, to reach this point. Because again, Rick's been neutral, and it's kind of the journey of him to not being neutral. And this goes into why, like, I see the whole symbolism of him emulating America's place in the war. It's because at the end, being neutral only guarantees uh, nothing.
Mm.
So
Nothing.
uh,
And
I
then we
think,
get Laszlo wanting to talk with Rick about the visas.
And Rick doesn't want to talk to Laszlo.
and
Laszlo
even
insists.
before
Talk
we
to your
do that,
wife.
just one more note before
Your
that. I actually realized that it's a German, a Russian, an American, and Sam all run this establishment with together. Like
Yeah.
those are the employees that we see, and I'm like, wow, we really have a diverse range here that I really
We
like.
have a little America right
There's
here.
no such thing as diverse casting back then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a modern thing.
Whoa. Whoa. And then there went most of
And
the audience. All right, go on.
accurate casting, so I appreciate it, and I just kind of like the poetry and that a German, a Russian, and American are all running an establishment together during tumultuous times when their countries are at war with each other. It's one of those little anecdote things that I really like.
It's anecdotal at best.
Yes, and I like that Carl slides the wine away from Rick he gives him a smile of wicked enjoyment before sliding it back to him. And once again, we got the Reynold and Louis and Rick having a great back and forth.
Grand old time.
Yeah, great back and forth over the him cheating. And as you say, Crimson of he wants the blonde next time.
Yep.
Rick's like put it down as a gesture to love, and I just love the bunch of layers that are into that that line of dialogue that Rick says, because he could be referring to him and Ilsa. He could be referring to the husbands, the and wife that he just, he kind of prevented Louis from entering and interceding on that relationship
Entering in several ways, yes.
and entering in several ways, um, which I think
Jeez.
is, which nice line of dialogue to capitalize a bunch of things.
See, the plot twist, though, he actually wanted the husband, and
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, and then we get to Laszlo going to Rick, and he tells Laszlo to go ask his wife about why he's not.
So I was a little confused in this scene, and I got cleared up eventually, but or later on,
Mhm.
because I thought that she had been lying that they were married because later on he says he asked me to ask my wife. I don't know what that means.
Oh,
But
I see what
yeah,
you mean.
yeah,
Oh, I see what you mean.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But I really
I
it was actually they are married. It's just a
yeah,
weird
as
way to
someone
say it.
who also hadn't seen this movie in a while, um, I will say that I did think, I'm like, that could be, he could be confused by that. Because I also wasn't 100% sure if they were married or not either. Obviously they were, but I also kind of walked away with that. Could be interpreted here.
Yeah.
So,
Multiple layers.
Got
uh,
anything for this conversation, Sprinks,
Um,
between Laszlo and Rick?
nope.
all right, then we have our battle of the bands. the
This is I watched this scene in my film class.
uh, I don't remember ever seeing this in film class. Maybe for my film was lit class, I saw something
Yeah.
like this.
I think it was to represent how you could like essentially represent an entire conflict, but taking away pretty much all of the like the outside bits of it. You know, like because you could just watch this and just get like most of the gist of like World War II, or you know a glimpse of World War II, just by taking out this scene and you know putting it into this you know out of context and everything.
Admittedly, before we get to the
Mhm.
battle of the bands, like I mean, as we get into it, the Germans
Yeah.
have taken Sam's piano, and I was a little worried for Sam because I didn't know where he was.
Yes,
And I know how the Germans feel about color. So,
not a fan. Not a
That is
fan.
not
but
something that passed my mind here.
But it did now, and you can't ever go back.
um, then I like that Laszlo storms over to Rick's band and demands they play the La Marseillaise,
And they do.
and then I put in my notes, oh shit, here we go, it's the original.
It's the
And
OG.
I like that the band looks stricken, like they're not sure yet, but they look over to Rick first, and then Rick gives them a
Mhm.
nod, and then they start.
He's broken
Uh,
another precedent.
yep, and I like the tiny note here that while Laszlo's directing the band, that Yvonne actually breaks out into tears while she's singing the La Marseillaise. Um, so just a tiny bit to close out her very very
Her
small
existence.
place in the film. Yeah, her very small
Um,
but purposeful place in the film.
Brinks, you brought up how Cheap Detective kind of like a negative to watch at first. Did it have any effect on the scene for you?
Other than the fact that I connected the two, that this is what Cheap Detective was referencing.
Yeah.
Mocking, but yes.
For me, I'm like, I can't wait for the end of this and see like the joke that the punchline of the other one was Sam singing with what's her face. Like, is there going to be anything at the end of this, or does the music just stop? And it pretty much just stopped. But
Well, I mean, everyone was left in cheers, and then Strasser being, uh, well, his pride was
Yeah,
hurt, so goes to Louis and tells him to shut down the establishment.
shut
Um,
it down.
but
I
I
I
suppose.
thought because of the accent, he said shoot it up. Uh,
Oh,
I thought they I thought they were going to shoot everybody here,
they
and,
should
and
have.
then they didn't do that. I'm like,
What a
oh,
turn of
okay, I
events
must have
that would have been.
misheard it.
yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
I will absolutely miss. I will absolutely say I have a soft spot for things like this Battle of the Band scene, where so it's just I have this thing where it always gets to me when artist uses a means of uh, revolution
defiance.
or
Science.
defiance and symbolism in a near direct way. Because art is both a gateway to culture and soul, and here we have an oppressed people running from a distant occupied Nazi regime, and they will express their displeasure by any means, even if it's not violence. And I like that. I always appreciate those little notes and stories.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's like
It's
I was silent and I'm like, did I cut out?
no, because that was no, it was deep. It's hard to top that.
No,
Sorry.
I didn't feel much for it, so I did not feel the same way.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, but
Clemens is
you're
just
but
a
yeah, but
freaking cynic, but yeah.
you're a literalist and you don't really read into symbolism all that much. So the kind of it's one of the reasons why we're great friends, but it is also just something that you don't really look for. So
I mean,
uh,
I saw the meaning in it. I just didn't really. It didn't grab me in any way.
He thought it was
Like
contrived.
you.
He thought it was
No,
pedantic.
I just didn't care.
I thought it was stupid, okay? I said it. I thought it was stupid.
um, I Strasser goes over to imply threats to Ilsa while uh, before he leaves. But uh, I like that Louis' reason for closing down Flick's establishment is gambling, and
I'm
then one of the
shocked.
guys comes up behind
Shocked.
him. And one of the guys comes up behind, oh, you're winning, sir. He's like, thank you. And then he continues to scream about shutting the place down.
Yeah,
That is my favorite joke in the whole movie.
I am
that's pretty
shocked.
good.
I tell you, shocked to find gambling going on there.
Yeah, it was definitely played for laughs, but I loved it. It was a nice joke.
Oh yeah,
Um,
you gotta love a movie that's played for laughs.
and then we have Laszlo planning to go to the underground meeting, and he has half a conversation with Isla. Do we have anything to say about this
Well,
scene?
I kind of
before that,
mentioned
we
it
had
earlier.
the Major and Elsa
Oh,
earlier,
oh
where
yeah.
he
You're,
tells her
yeah,
to leave or die, essentially.
yes.
Very, very direct threat. Because
Mm.
now I don't think the Germans are running out of their own patience. Well,
I'm
Yeah, but
tired of it.
now there's a ticking clock, as they say.
yes, to a degree, there isn't.
Uh,
All right.
yes, then we have Laszlo, Elsa, underground stuff.
Underground stuff, you know.
Yeah, go Laszlo.
Mhm.
Hold your ground.
Go stick it to the Germans and all that. Do we have any?
Yeah.
Do we have anything to say about this scene in particular? Because it's pretty straightforward. I don't really
No,
have
I
much
don't
to
have
say about it.
anything. Yeah. I mean, it's a
Um,
Uh,
good scene. I just, yeah, nothing really
yeah,
about it. It's like,
it's a good scene. It's just they're gonna both go do what they have to.
yeah.
Lasco's gonna go to the underground, and she's gonna go get the letters from Rick. Now that she knows that uh, Rick's the one that has them for sure, and that she's the reason that he hasn't given them out.
I like that Laszlo gave her a chance to say her thing, and she didn't take it.
Yep.
But then he told her anyways. I know it. It's fine.
Yeah. He tells Rick bluntly, and I really like it because it's very obvious. Like this is where he figures it out. I think even here in this scene, he says like he was dead. You know.
Sprinks, did Elsa bug you here?
Um, no, because being my first watch, I guess I didn't fully see her intent on now after seeing it, how her thought process. So right now on my first watch, no. But I can see on a second watch it could, seeing how um she was thinking towards what was happening.
Yeah. I A lot of my problems with Issa's character just kind of revolve around her being closed off with everyone, even her husband. Like it would be something here if she actually did open up to Laszlo and spill the truth of it, and then that would later inform the scenes to come a little bit better. But the fact that she's just closed off here is kind of it was a little bit off-putting to me, or in retrospect, it's a little off-putting to me. Just because of the fact, like it feels like she's being closed off for no reason now in this instance.
I agree. I don't know why she wouldn't tell him.
Yeah. So like that was why this stood a little bit off to me. Though I still like this scene in quotes because you could definitely work it in that she's afraid to tell Lazo the truth, but we have been given no reason as to why she would feel that way.
I
He's
think
just been nice this whole
Yeah.
time.
I think Laszlo's concern of making sure he's at the meeting on time and everything goes smoothly helps ground Ilsa's character in what she's doing. Because if it wasn't and he was already gone or something, or if it's more focused on her than the activity of what he's up to, I think it would have worsened it.
Uh,
Or worsened her portrayal of what she's going for. I think
Suppose.
the tension of Laszlo making sure he's on time and everything goes well draws more attention to him and to
yeah, yeah,
the viewer than from her, which I think
yeah.
makes it better for her this way.
Yes, it does. It works out for her, and I agree. But like I said, it mostly for Laszlo in that sense of uh, the fact that he's on a time schedule and he was willing to stay and listen to her out before he went is something as well. Um, but yeah, so then do you have anything else before we hop on the next?
I'm ready to move on.
All right. Carla and Rick go over the books together. Well, okay, sorry. Isla sets off to see Rick. Laszlo goes off to the underground. Carla and Rick are going over the books, and Rick is going to keep everyone on salary, even though they're going to be closed for the time being, which I think is a sign of that. I think he would have done this even before the whole breaking neutrality thing, but it's just
I
a
agree.
nice thing to slot in with adding on now another good trait that he would do. Um, and he's a good man and a better businessman than 90% of the people out here in the U.S. So you know,
Yeah, his business can survive 2 to 3 weeks being closed. Right
yep,
there.
because he's got the savings for it and he can still pay his employees. Um, I like that Carlo's going to the meeting and then Rick explicitly tells him not to tell him anything. Um,
Yeah.
so it was neat for me to get in that.
I like even still. I mean, it's still showing the intelligence of Rick's character on things he already has pre-planned. Or is it true? I
Mhm.
mean, I mean, gunshots and violence occurs out in his establishment at any given time. So he definitely it's good to see how prepared he is for any occurrence. Really,
Yeah, I can agree with that. Um, and then we have him returning to his office with Isla waiting for him.
Okay, I'm going to need a clarifier because I don't remember it. My notes aren't defined well enough. She called him a coward and weak, but I don't remember what the context she said that under. Why did she say that to him?
Sinister.
In
Do
a
you
way,
recall?
she approaches it from the perspective of like it was your cause too, because he was someone who fought against fascists, and they're doing the same thing right now. So that's why she felt the need to call him that because he's not doing anything in the conflict. He's calling it his neutrality a farce almost because she knows where his feelings lie. Like she's familiar with his history fighting in Spain. So,
I just didn't
so
remember.
that is the context for the line. Um,
I'm curious, Sinister, your thoughts on um, Ilsa getting into Rick's office. Do you think it was true to her character to go this far out from what she just did in her last scene with Laszlo? From
Uh,
what's been shown up to this point?
uh, I think so. I mean,
she's
she already went there on her own after them first like refinding him. So I don't think it's totally out of. And like I said earlier, they're both kind of in a desperate situation. So probably it they kind of have to investigate every possible avenue where Laszlo's doing the underground point of view, and then she's following this past relationship she had with Rick.
Okay. Do you think she's currently driven more on determination for the papers or more on love?
determination for the papers. This is what I
Yeah,
think
I think
here.
it's more the papers than anything else.
Okay. Crimson, are you in agreement with that?
Um,
Or are you
kind
more
of 50
50-50?
50.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she still cares for him, even though they say at
Yeah.
the end she didn't. I don't believe it.
Allow me to clarify my statement a little bit. I believe she is here for the papers as her primary goal, but she does have feelings for Rick, so she's not here to, sleep with him or anything. But she is here to get the papers from him.
Yeah.
From her
I can agree with
so-called
that.
attempts of, to the point where she pulls the gun. It's like, I've tried everything. And she, to me, I don't know if Crimson, your side with this, more of her being a bad guy. It really doesn't seem like she tried all that much or different tactics.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
think don't get me wrong, the movie does its best to go through the several different tactics here. She snaps at him, she tries to persuade him, she does plead with him, all before she pulls out the gun. So she does go through all of that before she pulls it out. But I think I would have preferred her that the movie sprinkling it more out throughout the movie rather than her being closed off. Then when she comes to him and late at night, like she could try different tactics every time they meet each other. If that made sense. That to me would be a little
That
make it
could
more impactful.
that could work. That could
That
show her, um, show intelligence out of her and seeing what sticks with Rick and what doesn't to try
Yeah.
to push his
Like
buttons
cuz
more.
she does run into Rick enough and they have enough conversations in isolation for her to try and different tactics. But
But it seems like that was
she
never her intent throughout those scenes.
it, it was never her intent. Like I said, she's closed off in the scene where the guy is trying to sell them something. Trying to sell her a sheet or whatever or a dress. Um and like I said, that could have been a scene where she's trying a different tactic. But they backfill it to the point where it's very rushed. So all her everything she does in the scene to the point of opening up a gun actually is her going through different tactics: the pleading, the begging, the trying to be persuasive, it's all of that. The shaming. It's like she goes through a bunch of different tactics here at the start of the scene. It's very quick. That's why the dialogue in this movie is very, very strong. But I agree that it's very, very bum rush to the point of her pulling out her gun. I think it would have been strong. The whole culminating point of her pulling a gun on Rick would have been stronger if that would instead was sprinkled into each scene specifically where she tries a different tactic.
Okay. I
yeah,
have a
I think it stems. Sorry.
no, you go ahead, Crimson.
Stems from the first office talk that they had, where I felt like she was withholding too much during it, which we covered a bit, but they easily could have given her more to give him when
Yes.
this was when he was drunk. Um, Obviously, not everything because we needed to span the movie, but it didn't feel natural that first talk that they had from her side. Rick made sense to me, but the way she was conveying the information didn't feel natural in that. And I agree at this current situation that it all got backfilled just to justify the pulling of the gun at this point.
So the script tries, it really does, but it is still very obviously backfilled.
Sprinks.
I was going to ask because, and this could be a really just short yes or no question or more thought into it. Do you think Ilsa arrived with a loaded gun? Do you think there's any bullets in that gun?
I'm gonna go with yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah.
I don't really see any reason why she wouldn't carry a loaded gun with her. Or arrive here with without a loaded gun. I assume she keeps it on her at all times, genuinely.
Okay. For me, I didn't think she always kept it with her because it's never shown her with one, or at times where she's not really carrying a handbag or purse with her, so where it
The
would be concealed.
the reason I interpret that she would probably take it with her everywhere in the same way that I would believe Laszlo is armed everywhere he goes is purely because they've been on the run and they're survivalists to an extreme.
Okay.
Obviously that's not their go-to option. Like they would prefer not to start shooting out in public and things like that. Um, but that's the reason why I interpret that she would have it on her at all times. Uh, but you know, as you say, we don't really see anything to indicate that.
Okay, and what do you
For
think,
me, it just
Sinister?
kind of, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's probably loaded. You know, they would need to carry a gun in case of something. So I don't know why she would just take it with her, take all the bullets out just for the statement, because obviously she would know him well enough that he would probably, actually goad her or something. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious. I was 50-50 on it.
Okay.
Because part of me was thinking, yeah, she'd carry a loaded gun because of the times and things that are, going around, that she'd have fully, access to bullets and everything. The other part of me was thinking she would never pull a loaded gun on the man she loves, so it was more as a leverage device than even if she did pull the trigger, nothing was in it. But the gun never goes off, so we never know if it is or isn't.
Hmm. That is. Um, Rick finally gets the full story from her. That Laszlo was her. Following kind of the gun pulling. She obviously doesn't shoot Rick. Uh, then he finally gets the full story from her. Um, and I think this was. I think it was the story she was originally trying to tell him when he was drunk, but Rick was in character, but he did push her away, so they didn't really have this conversation. Um, and we kind of get it confirmed that she found out her husband wasn't dead the night that they were supposed to leave Paris together. Um, Convenient timing, but acceptable reasoning. Um,
Yeah, I guess I can agree with that.
um,
Pretty convenient.
yeah. Uh, and then we get the another "here's looking at you, kid" line. Uh, and then I actually have in my notes where it's 50-50 where I actually think she's manipulating him or not. Um, but we kind of get a certainty on that a little bit later, at least Rick's comment on it. And then Carlo and Laszlo end up at Rick's because the underground meeting was broken up.
Yes.
And then Carlo uh, is asked
Just
to take
Carl.
just Car. Why do I have it as Carlo in my
I
notes?
don't know.
Oh well, Carlo it is in my notes, but it's Carl. Was uh was told by Rick to take uh Isla home,
Yep, and
and then
he's good at his job.
yeah,
Yeah, all of his employees listen to him.
yeah.
They're
And
pretty good.
honestly, they earn their paychecks. To be fair, too.
Yeah.
um, and then we get a Rick going to talk with Laszlo. Uh, what did you guys think of this conversation?
Rick, where's my notes?
I have a bunch of like
I
quotes from this scene, but
I think this is where, at least knowing now, going through, this is where Rick was kind of
Mm,
pondering whether or not it was going to be him to leave, with Elsa, or Victor to leave. And I believe at the conclusion of this conversation is where he determined that it was going to be Victor,
yes,
I agree.
I'm in agreement with that.
to help his actions after.
Yeah. Um, I got the kind of thing from this conversation where Rick was the subtext of the scene was Rick was trying to feel out if Laszlo was genuine, like he's a true patriot or believer in the cause that he's fighting for, the whole thing. And you can kind of see, at least for me, in Rick's eyes, like the actor like him processing the idea that no, Laszlo's not bullshitting anyone. He actually really believes what he's doing,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think that elevates in Rick's mind, who's been I actually think Laszlo almost inspires Rick to kind of rejoin the cause in this scene. Uh, more fully committed than what he was earlier.
Right, and
Because
I guess technically, I mean, this caused Rick to essentially kill himself, right? He didn't plan on surviving, right? After the
uh,
plane, Rick. or at least being captured.
Yeah, he planned
Yeah.
on dying, but Louis is there to back him up for that. But I actually think this is his talk with Laszlo almost inspires him to join the cause, pretty much. You know,
Yeah.
there's a few lines here that I like, so I'm just gonna go through them because that's what I do. Uh, don't you sometimes wonder if it's worth all this? I mean, what you're fighting for. You might as well ask the question why you breathe. We stop breathing, we die. If we stop fighting our enemies, the world will die. Um, and even Laszlo points out in the scene to as well to like that Rick just sounds like someone who's trying to convince himself that he doesn't believe in. And which is plays into the fact that he was someone who fought against fascists and lost. Um, there's a lot that happens in the scene, and I think that's why I think this is what inspires Rick to commit to the cause more or less.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree. Back in his office, I totally think he would have wanted to go with Ilsa,
mhm.
and he 180 just justifiably here. I think pretty well.
That's
Pretty well done.
as I say in my notes, layered as fuck. Thank you, writers. Even though you guys are doing this apparently like the 5 minutes before scenes were being shot on napkins, still did a good job.
Oh, could be. Up
Could
to this
be.
point in production, who knows?
Yeah.
Well, they were doing
Um,
it scene by scene. At least that's what it said.
That is true, but at this scene, for example, were they already done with the film right now?
Sure, I guess that's
Like,
true.
at what scene shown, going scene by scene, did they have the script finished?
oh, I see what you mean. Okay. That's true. They might have. Um, and then
And
uh
Laszlo gets arrested.
yep, Laza gets arrested. Uh Louis is there, and we get the line, "It seems destiny's taking a hand," which I think is, for me, the sign that Rick was now that was Rick telling Victor that he was committing to their cause, almost. Like he was
Yeah.
gonna do what he could. Um, and then I think it cuts to next morning where Louis and Rick are in their office,
Yeah.
and we got another brilliant conversation between the two of them as they formulate a plan. And Louis is not even like he doesn't question it. He just goes in with it like, yeah, this is a sure, works for me.
Well, he brings up what assurances do I have that you won't double cross?
Yeah, but I like the fact that Louis like, doesn't question the fact that, he's even going that Rick is making this plan because he knows he's a sentimentalist.
Yeah. Sister, what do you think of this whole scene?
The conversation between the two of
Yeah,
them, or between
or the
Louis and
plan,
yeah.
both.
Both.
Whatever.
I mean, it's a really well put together plan that he manages to convince everybody that to go along with it. I think Louis, I'm the most surprised that he would go for it because Louis kind of seen um the quote unquote change in Rick, and so, but I think we at least have an idea by that point that he's also kind of not as
He's not
uh
committed to the Nazis either.
yeah, so that helps it a little bit. Yeah, it's a good scene.
Did the Nazis know at this point that Laszlo was in custody?
I'm gonna go with no because
And
if
no one told them that Laszlo, their primary target, was held overnight?
uh that's the thing, I don't know because they don't really get anything. We know that uh they they don't really have anything. So even okay, so we don't really know this, but we know that the French need to be able the French soldiers and police need to be able to charge him with something. They can't, but they could charge him with escaping and, when he has possession of the letters. And that would guarantee them getting locked up forever. because right now they can only hold him overnight under suspicion. So assuming that the Germans know that they have him, there's not really much they can do about it because the French are the one holding him and they're going to abide by their laws. And like I said, I think I would prefer a line of dialogue thrown my way with regards to that. But there have been lines about like, we can't press charges for this because we have nothing to charge him with. There have been lines like that throughout the film, but I think I would have preferred something more concrete here.
Yeah, it just seems like the Nazis would know he was in custody, and then they would try to find loopholes, like they did with the other guy. With was it suicide? Did he get away? Other than actually releasing him and catching him in the act, I feel like there's
The
some
only
other way they could
the
keep
only
him.
only other aspect to this where I think why they Nazis might not know is simply because Louis chose not to tell them. Because we know Louis is a decent person. We talked over the how he and Rick are very similar throughout the film. Louis might have just made the choice not to tell them, knowing that the Germans would get to Laszlo. And perhaps
So
he's
he's
also
their only connection to Nazis.
uh assuming uh I'm sorry, you're gonna okay, I'm assuming you mean someone else would go tell them.
Yeah,
Yes?
someone else would tell them, or they would just have one
Okay.
at his precinct or wherever he works. I don't know.
Um
I
I
don't know
really
why they'd fully trust someone else other than their own.
well, I see again, if this was a occupied territory, I'd probably agree with you, but the Germans aren't here in force.
Well, it wouldn't
Um
have to be forced. Just
I know
someone sitting in.
there is a specific Nazi representative that does work with them. But from that point, all Louis really needs to do is just get people loyal to him, and that's pretty much all he would need to do. And
Mhm.
it'd be so that's kind of how I view that. But um, shall we move on?
Yep.
All right,
Sure.
all right. Unless anyone's got anything more to say.
Uh,
I don't have many notes left. You're coming up to the end of the film.
All right. We got Rick and Ferrari discussing the business transfer.
yeah,
It's
he
a very
sold the
short scene.
cafe.
He sold the cafe because he's planning on dying. So no need to have
Yeah.
a cafe.
Made sure Sam and Sosha and Carl, everybody keeps their job and their pay.
Yep. Which is good on Rick. You know, Rick being just a genuinely good businessman and a good person. I like it. Um, and then we have more Rick and Louis as they wait to make as Louis waits to make the arrest in his office. I
Um,
think this scene is much shorter. I don't really have any notes for them, but I know I just enjoyed the dialogue.
yeah, I didn't really put anything to
Yeah.
note there.
No.
I think it's. I don't really have. My notes are pretty much just going from here to the end of the film, and there's. I don't really have any like symbolism things as I'm looking ahead, so I can just read through to the end, and we can talk about anything that cropped up for you guys, or we can just do what I've been doing,
That
and you
that
guys crop in when you need to
that
go.
works for me. I have when the cops searched Rick's looking for the pianos, did no one check Sam's piano? I mean, it wasn't checked,
Yeah,
but
I brought
did
that up.
did
Yeah,
Lou
you
know and just
Crimson and I talking about that.
okay?
Yeah, no, Crimson and I
I
had a
guess
back
I
and
forgot
forth
that.
about that. We also agree it's kind of it's a minor issue for sure. We could have seen Sam possibly stepping in, like no one touches his piano, that sort of thing, and Louis could have just let him off the hook. Uh, but we never really see anything regarding that. So
Okay, because Louis does seem surprised when the answer is given,
yeah,
so it does come across as he did not know.
yes, this is true. I do like the surprise on his face.
It wasn't acting in front of Laszlo to make him believe that he's a honest police officer in the eyes of others than to just Rick or something. Like he wasn't acting,
Mhm.
is what I meant.
Yeah, that's Louis a very wears his heart on his sleeve, at least when he's with Rick. Um, and Justice. I actually think it's so Rick. Laszlo arrives to get the papers. Uh, Louis steps out with his gun to double cross them, and then he gets double crossed by Rick. I've overcomplicated it. He pulls a gun to arrest Laszlo. Uh, Isla's with them, yes?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Elsa was the first one to enter before Laszlo. She asked Rick if Laszlo even knew, and he said no. And then Laszlo enters.
Yeah.
Gun stuff ensues, and Lou is awesome.
I'm
Yep.
curious.
Louis does a very intelligent thing. He doesn't call the airport, he calls the Nazis.
Yeah, I'm curious. We didn't go over history of how all of us with Casablanca to begin in this pod.
Mhm.
Sinister, was this your first time seeing Casablanca?
All the way through, probably. I've seen bits of it before for like film classes and just
Okay.
on
So did you know
current
of this
customers.
scene already?
No, yeah. I do this scene. Yeah.
Okay. So okay, I was just curious if first time viewers, if I don't know if I was the only one present, um, if we believed Rick was actually against Lou here, or Lou was playing along because he knows the intentions of Rick. For me, being my
Oh,
first
I don't.
time, I thought Lou could see it as I'm your friend, so I'll accept what's happening. But the intention
And
out
he
of
called
Rick pulling the
yeah.
gun was fully genuine because of his love for Elsa. That's how I
Well,
saw it.
well, like Rick wouldn't kill him, is what you're saying?
Like I
But
could see Rick being firing off a warning shot to betray to Lou and to anyone viewing that he is serious on his intent because of the love for Ilsa, but maybe not go as far to not go as far to kill Lou, possibly shoot him in like the leg or something. I don't know how far Rick would go, but I think he sides far more with Ilsa and to get her to safety than his friendship with Lou.
I, gonna be honest, I didn't read that he was doing this for his love with Ilsla at all. Like he at this point for me, he had moved past that.
So the pulling the gun on Lou was just to get Victor to believe that Rick was on his side?
well, to get
No,
Victor out.
to get Victor out. At this point he's a man of the cause.
For getting trust in Victor.
No, just to
Well,
get Victor
trust of Victor
out.
doesn't matter. It's just to get Victor on the
Yeah,
plane.
at this point he believes in the cause enough to help Victor and Ilsa escape. Ilsa, yes, he's helping her, but at this point for me, it's not his love for Ilsa, it's the fact that he is now for their cause. He wants them to get out so they can continue his work, writing and helping perhaps to unite partisans.
Um, for
Okay.
me, I still see it as 50-50.
I mean,
I
like,
don't think he's dropped Ilsa.
yeah, see, like, talking over with you guys, I'm probably more on the 50-50, but like, I don't lean so heavily into the blind love for Ilsa anymore.
Okay.
Um,
I clearly see it as Rick as a changed man from the beginning of this film. But
Oh, yeah, he's changed.
okay.
um, so, okay, so this is a sign to me that Louis wasn't really on Rick's side yet, because he's an opportunist. So the opportunity hadn't presented
Mm.
itself to be on Rick's side. Um, but that's why he calls the Nazis, and I actually really like it because it's very clever on his part. And I think Rick should have dialed the number himself.
Yeah. But it is something so small that I don't blame him for not thinking it.
Yeah,
Um,
it's considering how much Rick is actually probably stressed about this and thought about this that minor details can go over his head.
yeah.
Um, so I'm actually I think it's intelligent it plays into Louis' intelligence, I think, that he was smart enough to take the opportunity to call Strasser instead. Um, and then mm, he
Get to
has
the airport.
He has Louis fill out the letters, and then they go to the airport. Um, and Rick and Laszlo have one more honest talk, and Strasser, having gotten the call, gets the squad car to go out in a bit of a rush because he's confused as fuck as to why Louis called him in the
Very
middle of the night.
confused.
Um, and then they get on the plane. They leave. Strasser goes to call help on the phone. Rick shoots him. And as the Nazi draws his gun, and it makes sense that Rick would still have the faster draw because he's already has his gun out.
Mhm.
And the French police arrive because they've heard the gunshot, and presumably, maybe Strasser called them or something to that
Uh,
effect.
Yeah, I like how
It's
it's
like-
Either way, the French police would have arrived, and I don't think Louis would have turned him in.
no, I don't
well,
think
we,
Lou
we,
would
yeah,
turn
he
it.
see it doesn't.
I like
Yeah,
how it the serious tone of Rick's actions, that he didn't bluff and actually shot the general. Even, I mean, the general wasn't going to stop; he was doing his
yeah.
duties, but Rick still fired upon him. And was it Lou who brought up like the diversion that whoever did it got away or was fleeing?
Yeah,
He's like
round
round
up
up
the
the
usual
usual
suspects.
suspects.
Yeah, okay.
Um, and yeah, I like it because Rick would know how to use a gun, having fought in a previous war. So no hesitation, commits to his word. He's probably has killed people before.
Yes, a
So
killing shot too. He didn't,
yeah,
unload the gun 15 times to.
yeah, it wasn't a movie. Hurrah! He just shot him once, and that was that. Hit a
Sprinks,
vital organ.
Did you have Barty Crouch vibes from the Major?
No, I
Oh.
didn't find the Major to be that freakish.
His like confused face and asserted face when going for the phone just screamed Barty Crouch to me. Same kind of eyes pop out. But there was a good Louis line during this when Rick's like, I got a gun pointing at your heart. He's like, that's my least vulnerable spot.
Oh yeah, I wrote that down too.
Yeah. Funny guy.
Um,
Sinister, you got something towards the end here?
Yeah, I mean, it's iconic scene. I mean, not the whole thing, but like the airplane taking off, and
Yep.
that famous monologue has been so many other things. I mean, yeah, it's a solid scene.
Yep.
I,
And
it's hard to sum that up.
it's true. Um, but it ends on Louis. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. And
And they set it up for a sequel that never happened.
it's true. And I think that like for both of them, the masks are officially off now, so they get to be just friends. Nothing else.
And the bet came back.
Yeah, and the bat did come back. That is true. He's gonna cover their expenses.
Does everyone
And
think this
that
was a good ending?
Yeah,
um,
It's a little,
bittersweet.
I guess, on the faster side, but I think it was all right.
it was fast, but yes, I think it was a good ending.
A lot of these older films, the endings are pretty quick.
Okay, I
Based
think
off
it was a
of
little
my
abrupt.
time with the Universal monsters, the endings were
Yeah.
always so quick and abrupt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in comparing this to like, Lord of the Rings having like 8 different endings, it's just it's I mean, Lord of the Rings had to give an epilogue for their characters,
Mm.
whereas this one just needed to wrap up the characters in a bow, and I think it does that. So I guess my last question to you, Springs, would be why did you feel it was abrupt?
It just, um, it didn't seem. I mean, it tied the bow on Victor and Elsa. I think it was fine with. I don't know. It just seemed like it could have been. I think it's the time of the credits being at the beginning that it just goes to Louis and Rick walking off, quick, the end, and that's it. That's the end of the film. So I guess I'm just modernized in the scroll of credits, or potentially the follow up to how would because Rick sold his staff to Ferrari, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At the end,
Well,
so
more or less sold, but they get to keep their jobs. He sold the business, but everyone gets to keep their jobs at his place.
yeah. So like, how would Sam feel about the difference? If maybe it went into a little musical number of the song from earlier that connects them. Um, I think the missing point of that for me, and being modern day viewer, it just seems a bit fast.
You wanted more closure on your side
Yeah,
characters.
a little more time, to stew with still the ambiance of the film rather than straight to black.
It would have been. I mean, if talking about stuff that I would want from the film, I definitely would have liked to. It's late at you know, the Rick's business. Carlo, Sasha, and Sam are all there playing a card game together just for fun. And like they're just sitting in silence because they know that their fate is no longer in Rick's hands, and they're just kind of waiting for word to come. I think that would have been an interesting place to leave them.
Yeah.
Um, but I think for everyone else, at least the main characters, I do think they were wrapped up fairly well. I like the idea that they're going to go to the free French. They're going to go to a free French city or a free French fort and actually get involved in the war now. At least on Louis and um,
Yeah.
Rick's part. So
It may have been a little out of budget, but I wouldn't have minded like a bookend close if it was a travel by map again.
it would have been interesting to see if they did like they did the like traveling kind of thing in the background. Like they didn't really show our characters, but they showed people like it was like documentary footage of the like refugees going to and from places, and we could have seen the map for them. And as the credits started playing,
Yeah, because it just fades to a map of Africa at the end.
well, that is Casablanca. We made it, everybody.
Whoa!
Oof.
Woo!
So with that, does anyone have any final thoughts on Casablanca before we jump into ratings?
I think I covered everything on my end.
Checking through my notes. I think we got it. I only had about 2 pages of notes. It seemed you two have, or at least Ryder here had a page. I'm guessing on every single duo conversation in the film.
Well, Louis and Rick definitely would have dedicated pages to them.
Yeah, I think I got everything. I do have one note during the uh Ilsa pulling the gun out on Rick. I have where is it? Do, 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 do. Rick knows Ilsa is enough that she wouldn't pull the trigger and shoot him, and Ilsa neglected her feelings on Rick for her attempt to shoot him. So both of them, I think, at that time knew that the trigger wouldn't have been pulled because of their past. But not just one thought on it, but both on it.
That's fair.
So I think it
Yeah.
did a little more cement that neither one was really in danger.
All right. Do you have any final thoughts, Sinister?
Don't know any. I'll probably cover it in my summary if there's anything.
All right. Then Sinister, take us into your summary and ratings.
All right. So this is definitely one of, if not like kind of the like, if you talk about classic movies, it's usually either Casablanca or Citizen Kane are kind of like I think the two in the running. And never. I don't think I've seen all of this movie probably at different points, but not all in one sitting. So it was kind of nice to finally get it all in one go. And I don't know. I was always kind of on the fence with this because I was like, it's probably kind of old movies are usually uh like breakfast cereal or something where you know kind of what you're getting just by the title or the who's in it. So John Wayne, it's gonna be cornflakes or something, and da da da. I don't know, that kind of thing. So I was like, I know Humphrey Bogart's done like noirs and stuff, but I was just like, I don't know. So I was surprised when I actually saw this like all the way through that how good it was and how much I did like it, and how much of it that I even though I already knew how much of it parodied and other stuff and referenced how there was a bunch of other stuff that I didn't realize was a reference or so I definitely liked it. I think we definitely covered some stuff where there was definitely I think some I don't want to say lazy, but there was some stuff that got smudged in order for other stuff to end up working out correctly, and some of it I think was fine, and I think some of it other people didn't think was so great. But the nature of the beast. It's,
Mhm.
what bothers you might not bother somebody else. Da 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 da. I what to say? I think the strength of this movie is definitely the interconnected stories. All of them feel kind of like real scenarios, and everything seems to play out kind of like how it probably would, and in that given time and place. I think the characters are really well developed. Even like the flattest character actually has a decent arc in there. Which is something that's very hard. It's hard to get like 2 or 3 good characters in a movie nowadays, and it's like 5 or 6 that all are kind of move independently within the story. So you know, no small feat.
Mhm.
Uh, Good setup, good overall. I think execution for the most part, especially given all the problems behind the scenes. It's amazing that it kind of comes off as put together as it does. I think it could have been maybe a little bit long because it does definitely feels like I think it rushes towards the end of the middle. The second or third act kind of is a little bit of a. They made it a 3 act movie, but we're for sake of purposes, let's call it 5 acts. So like the fourth act is kind of a rush, but I think the thing that I think a lot of people stick with from this movie is the kind of bittersweet ending because you want him to go with Elsa and he doesn't go with Elsa, and you don't know whether or not that's for the best or if it's just the right thing to do or not. I think that definitely still holds up now. And probably another reason why it sticks is not really a it's a Hollywood ending in that nobody ends up worse for wear for the most part, but it's still kind of a little bit of a downer ending.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, all things considered, even some of the lousier stuff just doesn't really, even when I was watching it, didn't really affect me. I was just kind of, there's a little bit of maybe some hokum in there of 1940s, but the message is still there. I think a lot of the stuff that even they weren't able to put in words specifically is still in there in some form or fashion, and works. Uh, Even still now resonates, and I feel comfortable uh, giving it overall a solid 8.
That is fair. Uh, Sprinks, would you like to go next?
I sure can. Uh,
Then take it away, sir.
boy, I'll start with let's start with objective. This movie was very well done. I think the editing was great in times where it was tense, in times it was slow, in times of the romance and drama to the dry humor and the action. I think it was all edited very well. Cinematography, I think, was all done very nicely. There was great close-up shots. There was choices of blurring different things. It was touched on, I believe, by Crimson that there was one point where it was blurred, and I think it was on purpose. I believe
Mm.
there are shots of landscape during conversations to show what's going on in the back, where I touched on it earlier on about the plane movement throughout the world. I believe the shadow on the wall scene and how that was framed looked very nice. How Ilsa was in the shadows of Rick's office and came into light when he was present looked very good, and that was on the lighting and camera work, so they both blended, I believe, because they were done on sets. Boy, what else? Acting. I think all the acting was phenomenal. My favorite acting was Ilsa listening to the music, and all you could see was her memories through her eyes. That was very nicely done. The script was tight. It was accurate. Um, the humor played out fine where it wasn't over the top, and it was it was put into the film to break off the seriousness in ways that it didn't seem out of the blue, and it helped it flow more in a realistic way with the time period. Geez, what else? The props. I mean, boy, those hands we talked about looked real good.
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, just overall uniforms and attire that everyone wore. Overall, I have very little to say bad on the objectivity of the film. I think it's a slow burn to start to ground you into the world and what's going on in the events. But as you get to know more of the characters and the interactions between everyone and the intents that people have and how corrupt some officials can be, it really plays well and balances everything out to a working, well-rounded world and script. I think the only thing I was really fully kind of against that felt forced was the girl that was introduced at the club to Rick because of his change with Ilsa being in his life now and how he helped her and her husband get enough money to leave. I think that was a little much onto the character of Rick to just portray his change of Ilsa's appearance. So objectively, I'm giving it an 8.5. If I can find my things to move around.
Well, that's fair.
All right, subjectively, um, I it's a history movie. I'm not the biggest fan of history. Uh, I think the romance is okay. Um, it's I wouldn't really call it a movie focused on its genre of romance. It's more of a I guess biopic of
Period
war,
piece.
period
Yeah, I
piece.
think
Yeah,
it's more piece.
more
Yeah.
period piece. Thank you. Than it is romance. So I don't think the romance was a center point of what was being portrayed through the characters of Rook and Ilsa. Um, I just it was okay. I don't know if I'd ever like pull the movie off the shelf to watch it on my own. Um, but it's not bad. I wasn't against things that were being shown. I guess the way it was filmed and thrown out objectively was very nice and appealing to me, as I stated. So I just give it a 5.5 for subjective.
All right. Crimson.
What? Me? Uh, so the all right. I went into this movie knowing it's iconic or classic, however you want to phrase it, and I didn't know anything about this movie. There were references through like quotes and stuff that I knew. I didn't know they were associated with this. Some of them Sinister told me before I watched it was connected to this. Um, but I never saw any scenes. I didn't know the plot. I thought this was a detective noir film.
I'm gonna assume
So
that's cheap. I'm gonna assume that's cheap detective's fault.
no, I mean before I even had seen the Chief Detective, I always thought this was just a detective noir film because all I've ever seen is a guy with a fedora. Like, oh, okay, that's like noir detective stuff. All right, so completely not what I was expecting going into it. Um, I'll go with my subjective. So I I don't necessarily see like modern audiences like this is one of the best films I've ever seen. I loved it. I'm like I don't see that in other people because to me this seems pretty middle of the road enjoyment level, but obviously subjective. So I'm giving it a 6.5. It was a pretty much a six all the way through, but at the end I'm like, well, if I'm gonna have to rate this, I can't give it a six because Louis is in it.
he made it a little bit enjoyable. So I'm 6.5 is what I'm giving it
On your subjective?
on my subjective. Objective, this one was kind of tricky because this is new territory. It's pretty high up for my rating scale. I was bouncing between a 9 and 8.5 through it. So I'll give off my points for it. I think all the acting was good. I think the camera work, lighting was good. I'm not gonna retread what Sprig said on those. I agreed with them. The problems I have that I think are objective. I don't think the Elsa stuff is objectively bad, so I'm not counting it. There's some minor stuff, but I don't think it's enough to move points around. The couples stuff with Carl, I said was fluff that didn't really contribute to the plot or characters. That I think is objectively cuttable. I think that doesn't add to the story, so cut it. I think that's not great. Not knowing their relationship's time. I know we talked a lot about it, and since they kind of didn't really like my piece on it, but this is pretty important. Their relationship is pretty important in this, and us not knowing how long their relationship is, or even a ballpark, I think is a negative. When it's could have been easily fixed. They even had a perfectly set up line saying he counts the days. He could have easily said the days. Ferrari, we talked about, he's the flattest one, but still decent. I agree. I think his shift for Ilsa and Laszlo was out of character. And him saying, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but Rick probably has what you want. That wasn't very good. Laszlo, I think, showed to be dumb. You guys explained enough to me where I'm like, okay, fine. The other guy set up the meeting. He didn't have much negotiating power. I will give you guys that. The other part where he sits down with the ring guy, I think is just not good. I think that's dumb of him. See, I had one more thing. Don't know where I wrote it. Oh well, I think that's enough negative points to point out. Overall, this film's pretty tight, especially since you said it was pretty much getting written as they were filming. Pretty impressive how tight it is. The continuity is pretty decent, and the story's cohesive. So I'm going to give it an 8.5, border 9, but 8.5. That's what I'm sticking with.
All right. My history with this movie, so I didn't really give it at the beginning. Or none of us did. Was I have seen this movie before when I was really young, and since then I have seen bits and pieces, like the famous bits, because my mom loves this movie. So I've obviously seen a lot of it in passing. So I have seen all together before, at least once when I was much younger. Um, and it was nice to go kind of sit down older when I got my critical chops sharpened a bit and got my own writing experience under my belt. So it was kind of nice to sit down and watch the movie again as an adult. I'm gonna go with my subjective first. As everyone on this panel knows, I very much love history. I love period pieces, especially when they're done well. Or it's not really a period piece, obviously, when it was made at the time, but it is now. Um, and I love the setting of it as well. It's the setting, almost the world building. I'm gonna put this as is our world, and it's a real setting, but it adds just its pure existence adds attention to the story in its own way. Um, and I really love history, and so I got a lot of enjoyment out of this. I think the characters play really well off of each other in an entertaining way for me. Um, so I think subjectively, this is probably a 7.5 for me, maybe an 8. And I'm gonna settle on 8 for now.
Innate subjective.
Uh,
Okay.
yes, innate subjective. Um, Objective. Since I kind of started with the world building, I'll just kind of continue with that. The world building is very very tight. The world is alive around that. They take the time to explore the world through the view of side characters in very short ways. Carl sitting down with the two Germans for what Citizens was one. I kind of view that in a similar vein to the way I view Yvonne, who is much more subtly woven into the story to kind of help illustrate the world building of how tumultuous the times are. Sprinks brought up the plane in the background and how the world is functionally moving around them. While we are stuck in more or less in Rick's saloon, cafe, casino for a majority of the film, it doesn't feel any less lived in because other characters come in from outside and tell their own stories of what's happening out in the world. Um, which really really helps ferment how well constructed the world building is here. Um, and From there, I should move on to the plot. The plot is, uh, it is unironically, it has a MacGuffin in it, but the MacGuffin is a tool by which we get our character interactions. And the plot is kind of uh, illustrative of what it was like during those times. In that people were desperate and people were pawning off jewelry, anything to get to Lisbon, to get to America, because for a lot of people, the world was ending. Um, and I think this movie really captures that tension really well throughout its plot. It constantly reminds you that it is this that that the goal of everyone here is to not be here. No one wants to be in Casablanca, and those that who do want to be here are exploitative, and they want to exploit the people trying to leave. And we get that as well through other characters, being Ugarte at the very beginning. We get it with Ferrari, even though we agree that Ferrari is a fairly flat character. Um, he is there ultimately to kind of, exploit. That's why he runs the black market. We didn't really talk about that much in the movie, but it is a line of dialogue. He says he's heavily involved with that, and it pretty much runs out of the Black Parrot. Um, and then I guess from there I shall move into characters. It's going to be easier for me to list the characters I don't like, which is, like I said, Ferrari would be the most flawed one. And Ilsa has the most going for her, but it doesn't land well enough for me to write her down as like an amazing character. As we kind of missed, there are a few awkward beats here and there with her. Um, Excuse me. Um, and then uh, I think I've said it over and over again throughout the course of the video. Rick and Louis are probably my favorite character relationship on screen. Because it is their dialogue from which that you need to re-listen to several times, and you will eventually crack a new meaning with how many times depending on how many times you listen to it, because it's very very well constructed, and it is an amazing feat how this film got to be really really tightly written, more or less. Um, Crimson brought up a few fair points of Laszlo being made dumber for the sake of the plot to continue. Usually, I prefer characters winning out over plot in whenever you have to make that choice in a story, but I also respect the times when you have to make that decision where the plot needs to move forward. But it unfortunately does hurt Laszlo's intelligence throughout the movie. And that is so we do walk away unfortunately with his character traits. What we are told that his character traits are being damaged somewhat as the movie goes along. Um, I think, and on the romance note between Rick and Ilsa, I think it's left vague and ambiguous on purpose. Though I do agree with Crimson, at least for his sake, and how much I guess he values the importance of time in a relationship to make the love meaningful. That's probably should have been there. Um, and while that may not be as important to me, I recognize that objectively that probably there's probably room for that somewhere. Because the story does hinge a lot on their relationship. And while timing is not necessarily important to me, it is important at least to the characters. Um, at, if it should have been made clear that it is important to the characters. um, and I already talked about, I think, the allegory that Rick is a stand-in for, being the United States itself and its position with regards to the World War. And then that, I think, coupled with Rick's change, I'm kind of in agreement with Sprinks. It is a teensy bit abrupt. I would have preferred it to be smoothed over a little bit, or have them show something earlier on where he does another good deed, more or less. Because the only thing we really have to go on is him shutting out the Nazi from coming into the VIP area. Other than that, I think all the characters are extremely well fleshed out. It is an extremely tightly written script from beginning to end, and mm, the flaws in it are minimalist enough that I don't have many issues with it. I think I've settled on this being a 9 out of 10 objectively.
Unprecedented.
Yeah. Like I said, like you, Crimson, I was bouncing between 8.5 and a 9, and I'm like, even now I'm still bouncing between it, but I'm just doing a 9 to be different. So, but I might end up. Who knows? By the time the recap for this is going to be it's going to be a crazy recap for this season. Of that, it might change back to 8.5 because I do want to watch it again, and I will adjust my rating accordingly. And with that, gentlemen, is there anything else before I read us out?
Well, that was the 40s. Next week we
That
got
was
the 50s.
Yeah,
Yep.
for the 50s.
Onwards and upwards through time we go. Thank you for listening wherever you are, whether it be Spotify, Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, and Pocket Casts, and Samsung. We also thank you for listening. If you are watching this on YouTube and you see our PNG promoters, our lovely artist Crimson redid a few of our characters for this season, and we are excited to kind of keep it going as we do. And as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Spranks.
Yeah, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Later, everybody.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
Bye-bye.